Okay. I am back. I think I went back a little, but we should be fine now. Hotaru looks up at the sunset sky, thinking. After a long interval, she takes a deep breath and turns back to me.
誠さん、ホタルには言霊が聞かないんだよね。
Yes, I've tried several times now.
じゃあ試しにもう一つホタルに言ってみてほしい言葉があるんだけど。
What do you want me to say?
死ねって言って。
Oh my god, what the fuck? Huh? I can't help but stare.
ほら。
She's standing still, looking up at me. I'm at a loss for words. Should I do it? Should I really tell her to die? I open my mouth, but no words come out. I try to tell myself that it's fine because Kotodama doesn't work on her, but I just can't. No, I can't do it. I couldn't overcome the fear that somehow this time it might have worked.
ごめんね。冗談でも言えないよね。
Hotaru breaks her gaze and looks away, smiling sheepishly.
誠さんはいい人だもんね。だから怖いんだ。
What do you mean?
誠さんの生い立ちを聞いて、こうやって話してると、里の人たちがどうして外に出ちゃダメって教えられてるか、よくわかるよ。
Because normal people have no way of fighting back against our Kotodama, so we're a danger to them.
逆。
She shakes her head slowly.
危ないのは、誠さんたち自身なんだなって。
Us?
誠さんはいい人で、言霊の力は確かにすごいけど、誠さんたちって里でコミュニケーション全然取ってないから感情が薄いでしょ？
Communication. True. That's how I feel too. I still can't summon gales of laughter or boil over with rage like Kokoro, Hotaru, Azuki-san, or other people surely can. But as I interact with people here in the outside world, I think one day I'll be able to laugh and cry normally too.
だからそれが怖いんだよ。
That? Really?
誠さんが外の世界に染まっていけば、きっと悪い感情も芽生えると思うの。ホタルだって普通に生活してて、この人は嫌な人だなとか、死んじゃえばいいのにって思うことはあるもん。それが普通の人なんだよ。
Even Kokoro? I'm shocked by what Hotaru is saying. Does she really think that?
ココロンはホタルが知ってる中でも心が一番綺麗な子だけど、それでも一度も誰かに敵意や悪意を持ったことがないなんてことはないと思う。
She stops there and turns her limpid eyes on me once more.
だから誠さんがこのまま外の世界で暮らしていくなら、いつか誰かに死ねって思うようになっちゃうだろうなーって。その時誠さんを止められる人は誠さん以外には誰もいない。死ねって言われる人間のために怖いって言ってるんじゃなくて、そう言いたくなっちゃう誠さんがかわいそうなんだよ。そうじゃなくても特別な力があるからこそ、誰かを助けるために誰かを傷つける、そういう選択を迫られることもあると思う。誰も助けてくれない自分の善意と悪意の間で誠さんがへっちゃんこにされて苦しむんだろうなって。その言霊の力ってそういう個人の心の上に成り立ってるすごく怖い力だなって思った。
As the rush of words comes to an end, she falls silent. She's still looking into my eyes. I find I can't respond. In the future, could I really come to feel hatred for someone? Even before I left the village, I never thought that the outside world was a perfect paradise. I know that communication isn't just about friendship and love. It can be about anger, sadness, or pain as well. All these emotions were alien to the village. And nobody wanted to experience them more than I did. But Gomen Hotaru. Right now, I can't yet understand what you said. That's all I can say for the time being. She nods. I thought she'd be disappointed in me, but
今はそれでいいよ。
this is a nice CG. She smiles warmly.
あのね、もしよかったらなんだけど、ホタルのお願い、聞いてくれないかな？
Sure. I did it again. I said yes without waiting to hear what she wanted.
まあ、気にしないで聞いて。お願いっていうか、ただの約束だから。
約束。
約束は、ホタルたち普通の人も使える言霊なんだよ。誠さん、この世界を知りたいって気持ちだけで里を出てきたんだよね。だから誰かとお話ししたいとか学園に行ってみたいとかそういうこと以外にやることはないでしょ？
Well, not yet. I nod. Right now, I had no family, no strong emotions, no raison d'être. And I still can't even tell whether that's good or bad. I'm really not any color. Not yet.
じゃあ約束。誠さんはすごい力を持ってて、でもその使い道がないならそれをみんなのために使ってあげて。みんなの笑顔と幸せを守ってあげて。それがお願い、約束。
I don't answer immediately like I usually do. Instead, I think over Hotaru's words carefully. What she's asking me is hardly something I need to promise. It's just common sense. Of course, I want to keep a smile on everyone's faces. But could there come a day, like she predicted, when it won't feel like common sense to me anymore? As I stand in silent thought, Hotaru continues. She speaks slowly and gently.
いつか誠さんの目の前でどうしても許せないことが起こって、どうしても許せない人間が現れると思う。多分そういう人は意外とすぐ近くにいたりもする。
She briefly looks away. Does she have someone in particular in mind?
そういう人に会った時、今日のホタルと約束したことを思い出して。その人を許す必要はないかもしれないけど、自分のことは許してあげてね。この約束はきっと誠さんを守ってくれるはずだから。
The promise is for my sake?
そうだよ。
I see. I am he who speaks. Bane but a word, boon but a word. I'm strong. A more god than human being. I hardly feel a need to be protected by anything. But I promise. I don't know whether this kotodama really means anything, but I speak it anyway. I will make sure that everyone is smiling and happy. For everyone's sake, I will protect myself too.
それならそのみんながどんどん増えるようにホタルも協力してあげる。
Thank you.
こちらこそありがとう。
Her smile shines amidst the last rays of the setting sun. Now it's nighttime.
もっすー。
I can imagine she's annoyed because she wanted to spend time with her quote unquote Nissan. Kokoro is sulking in the living room on the second floor. She's been like this since dinner. No. Kokoro? I try to see if I can improve her mood. She must be myth because I left her hanging in the kiseten since around noon.
何ですか、お兄様。
Weren't you going to call me Nisan?
その妹より妹の友達を優先するなんてプンプンです。
I'm actually surprised. If she actually had like a Nisan herself, she becomes very clingy. What to do? Kotodama is very powerful, but when you use it to tinker with people's minds and memories, you can get weird results like this. Yeah. If you notice how different she was when she was dealing with a stranger. She was like subconsciously she still kept her distance and still didn't. She still acted nice and all, but when he became her Nissan, she became jealous and, you know, more clingy. Unlike ordering someone to physically do something, ordering them to think or perceive things differently can have unpredictable consequences, since you can't choose exactly what changes inside their brain and how. And I've never tried using Kotodama to make people think they have a larger family than they really do, like I've done now with Kokoro and Azuki-san. Or maybe Kokoro is just being more honest with me, now that she thinks of me as Kazuku. I mutter to myself, though she's annoyed at me, she doesn't feel distant. In fact, it feels like we're closer now that I'm her Nissan.
兄さん。
Hi. Her sharp voice jolts me out of my reverie.
ホタルンと何をしてたの？
Well, like I said, she was helping me out with preparing for various things for my first day of school tomorrow.
それなら私にも手伝わせてくれればいいのに。
Someone had to stay in the kisset and demand the register.
そうだけど。
My explanation doesn't seem to have satisfied her. She's still pouting. Gomen ne, Kokoro. I'm just not very good at reading people. Can you tell me what you're angry about?
それは。
It seems she's not the type to stay angry for long, as her expression softens into mere unhappiness.
私だけ仲間外れで。せっかくずっと会ってなかった兄さんが家に戻ってきたのに。
Bro, I just got out of Akia's route. Welcome back to Akia's route. She also has a white ribbon. Oh shit. We're so back. I thought I left that I thought I left Tsukihime there. What do you mean left? It's in pause because I'm doing something. Anyway. You're right. That was wrong of me. What can I do to make it up to you? I scoot over next to her on the couch and begin to stroke her hair. Just a normal thing a brother and sister would do, as I learned last night.
お話ししてくれたら許しちゃうかもしれない。
Your face looks like you're ready for giving me though. I chuckle. When I'm with Kokoro, my emotions flow freely. Kokoro is smiling too, and only her voice shows any hint of anger anymore.
でも大丈夫？病み上がりで急に投稿なんて。
Physically, I'm fine now. My body's always been tough.
あれ？兄さん、つい3日前まで入院してたんだよね。
Yeah, that's right. I'm finding it hard to get used to this backstory about being hospitalized with a chronic illness for years. Hotaru seems surprised by my physical fitness too, so maybe I should be more proactive about acting sickly so that people don't get suspicious. I mean, he was a damn farmer, so obviously in a remote town, so obviously they have less resistance to stuff. And now he's in he's in a backwater town, literal backwater town, and still surviving fine.
じゃあ明日は私と一緒に投稿する？
She looks up at me and asks tentatively. We're leaving for the same house, so of course. In fact, I was going to ask you the same thing.
そっかそっか、そうだよね。
For some reason, she's suddenly her usual happy self again. Was it something I said?
いいね、兄弟って。
Is it?
なんかいいんだよね。上のお兄ちゃんがいるってことが。
Her face is dissolving into smiles before my eyes. Well, maybe that's how it should be. You know what they say about families?
家族がどうしたの？
Blood is thicker than water. Tabun.
仲良し。
Kokoro wraps around herself around my arm. I guess she must have always had some innate desire for a Nissan or a Nissan. One of my reasons for becoming her Nissan was to maintain some distance between us, but that seems like it might have backfired. Though it's not like I'm going to stop her from being this adorable.
じゃあ、兄さんの投稿初日だから、記念に私がお弁当を。
ごめん。
なんで私が何か作るって言うと謝るの？
For good cause. ところで、Kokoro. I'm sorry that I won't be able to help Kasan with the kisseter when I'm in school.
いや、その話も大事だけど、お弁当から話をそらそうとしてない？お弁当は私が作るし、手伝いは気にしなくても大丈夫よ。
Itsumani. Before we realize it, Azuki-san has joined our conversation.
上が賑やかで、お母さん寂しくて。くそ。
Maybe I really should stay with you in the kitchen every other day.
冗談よ。学生のうちは青春をエンジョイしてきなさい。それに息子相手なら帰ってきた時に私にする？お風呂にする？それともご飯？って言えるでしょ？
Wait, what? You're gonna tell your son the me part? What do you mean me part?
順番がおかしかったような。優先度順よ。
Yeah, but you're supposedly quote unquote my okasan, quote unquote.
親子だから。
Kokoro grasps me by the arm. Huh?
兄さんは私の。
She pulls out her cheeks while holding me in an arm lock. Hers. Her breasts are squeezed against mine. On my arm. They're not as large as Mana's, but maybe because she's less muscular, they're very soft. It would feel nice to reach up inside her loose t-shirt and slide my hands all over around her body. No, stop. I should avoid these kinds of thoughts.
さて、私はそろそろ寝るけど、二人とも夏だからってあまり夜更かししちゃダメよ。はーい、おやすみなさい。
Wait, it's summer, right? They don't have a summer break? Anyway. Oyasumi nasai.
おやすみなさい。
Azuki-san descends to the ground floor, where her bedroom is. I look up at the clock. It's past 10 p.m. To me, this already counts as staying up late. But since I arrived in the town 3 days ago, I already don't feel very sleepy at this hour.
兄さん、寝る？
I'll sleep when you do.
そっか。じゃあ、もうちょっとだけ。
She doesn't seem to have anything in particular to talk about, but the silence is a pleasant one. After watching my face for a while, she suddenly giggles. You seem very happy. What is it?
うん？昨日も言ったけど、夜に誰かと一緒なのいいなって。
She sways happily from side to side. Ah, Azuki-san's downstairs at night after all.
そうそう。仕方ないんだけど、夜は一人でね。ちょっと寂しい時もあってさ。あ、お化けが怖いとかじゃないよ。
I wasn't thinking that.
だから、兄さんが戻ってきてくれて、よかった。こうやって夜までおしゃべりできるの、いいね。
Soka. Her face is very close to mine, and I feel self-conscious.
あ、どうせだから飲み物とお菓子も持ってくる？じゃんじゃん楽しめる。
I hear that if you eat late at night, you'll get fat. Kokoro covers her ears and yells. I just read that in the manga or something, but I think it's probably just a myth.
飲み物だけにする。
I'll make them. What would you like?
紅茶、レモンティー。
Yes, ma'am.
兄さんは？
Green tea, maybe.
緑茶はコーヒーよりカフェイン多いよ。
Caffeine? I'm not sure what she's talking about, but they head downstairs to make the drinks. I'm also literally drinking green tea right now, by the way. After I make them and bring them back upstairs, Kokoro and I continue to make small talk.
兄さん、一度もコンビニに入ったことないんだ。
Well, I wasn't byoing. Kokoro's so amused that she's laying back on the couch and kicking her legs. I don't know if my pride can take this. All I said was that I wanted to go to the combini with her.
すごい。コンビニのない世界なんて考えられない。
Is it really so weird?
いいよ。今度一緒に行こう。
Thanks.
でも、コンビニで何を買いたいの？物によっては別のお店の方が安いこともあるけど。
Actually, I just wanted to browse the magazines. Kokoro, calm down. You're being too loud. She's in hysterics now, and I don't know what to do.
ごめん。でも、立ち読みなんだ。
I wanted to try it at least once. I know I'm being laughed at, but as long as Kokoro is having fun, I don't mind.
楽しいね。
Yeah. As I reach for my cup of green tea to wet my throat, I realize this is the first time I've ever gotten thirsty from talking too much. I laugh softly. This is fun for me too.
私たち、兄弟で相性バッチリだね。
She laughs too.
何か他に話すことあったかな。
There's no rush.
兄さんとの思い出って何があったっけ？
Suddenly she asks a strange question, though she's still smiling. Kyoku.
何も覚えてないな。覚えてないような子供の頃に入院したって。でも、私、その後も一度もお見舞いに行ってない？
You know what? I'm actually curious about if what's the situation when you just allow things like she's in this situation. She's trying to uh deal with the inconsistency of the Kotodama's order. Like would her mind I don't know how her mind would try to deal with the Kotodama. Would the Kotodama break, or would her mind go in some place? You know what I mean? Just to deal with the inconsistency. It was a very contagious disease.
そっか。
Okay, you still tried to deal with it.
でも、ごめんね。兄さん、寂しかったかもなのに。
Listen.
私、最近まで兄さんのことを全然考えてもいなくて。
She looks apologetic. It's okay. Really, it's nothing for you to feel sorry about. I'm the one who should really apologize. We might not have any happy memories together from the past, but we can start collecting them from now on.
そうだね。
She nods haltingly. Actually, in relation to the Kotodama, if he removes the Kotodama, how would her memories try to reconcile his Kotodama order, you know? Her eyes seem a little out of focus. Kokoro, are you getting sleepy?
ちょっとだけ。
She shakes her head as she rubs her eyes. If you're sleepy, you can go to bed. It's okay.
もっとお話ししてたい。
She's definitely half asleep. Now she's being clingy like a young child. I stroke her head. I'll still be here tomorrow. And going to bed when you're feeling happy leads to sweet dreams. I put some extra emphasis into the end of my sentence. I don't know whether Kotodama can influence what dreams people have, but I hope she does have sweet dreams tonight. She giggles tickishly under my hand.
兄さんがそういう兄さんでよかった。
I'm glad I turned out to your liking. I didn't become her Nisan by force, but if it led to her and Azuki-san feeling uncomfortable, I'd want to leave right away.
優しくて楽しくて。私、兄さんのこと好きだよ。
Like brother or sister? Huh?
兄弟としてってことだけど。
But I also love you as a
けど
man. If you say that shit and I'm like, oh man, I just got out Akia's route. No, this is too early for that shit. She turns to look at my surprised face and looks a bit confused.
兄弟としてだけ？
You just know. I don't say anything.
私、何言ってるんだろう。
You know what? What if that those feelings of her like loving him as a dude was already starting to manifest before the kotodama, and then he did the kotodama thing, so it kind of broke the barrier. I'm speculating right now, but I'm not surprised that that's what's causing this inconsistency in her right now. She flushes red.
おやすみなさい。
She suddenly jumps up from the couch and scampers into her room. Now out in the living room, I look around at the glass on the table. Kokoro's lemon tea is still about half full. I pick it up, thinking to be empty, thinking to empty it so I can stack it with mine and take them down to the kitchen. My eye is drawn to the rim of the glass where her mouth had touched it. It's still damp. Okay, what are you gonna do? Nothing, right? What will I do with her? Instead of stacking the glasses, I hold one in each hand as I make my way down the stairs. Playing Nissan isn't easy. Don't worry, Tonoshiki was able to do it. Except... I hear Kokoro calling me from outside. I'm coming in just a minute. I double check the contents of my bag as I answer her. Textbooks, notebooks, pens, pencils, student ID, fold up umbrella, lunch bento, water bottle, tissues, and handkerchief. I'm not forgetting anything, am I?
お財布も持った？
Oh, I don't have a saifu, but I did take my okane. Last night, I took back my money from Kokoro, so I'd be able to pay Hotaru back today. But I don't have anything to keep it in, so it's just stuff in my pocket for now. Maybe I should buy a saifu. Man, all this stuff is pretty heavy. The bag is stuffed near to bursting and feels about as heavy as a bag of rice.
家で使わない教科書やノートは教室に置いてくればいいのよ。
That makes sense.
初めての子供のお使いみたいで心配だわ。
Azuki-san looks worried, but I shrug. I know that I'm pretty ignorant of how things are around here, but even if I screw up, I'll just have to learn one step at a time.
誠は物覚えは悪くないもんね。
She smiles really.
私がもう少し若ければ制服を着てこっそり後をつけていてもいいんだけど。
Wait, I'm guessing her mom is just like 18 years old or something? I mean 28 years old or 29? Wait, that makes me older than her. Anyway, I think you're still up to it. You fit right in with the other girls.
あらあら。もう学校なんて行かないでお母さんとデートにでも行く？
Huh? Kokoro comes back inside.
朝からイチャイチャしない。夜ならいいの
Gomenne, Kokoro. I'm ready to go now. I pat her on the head, which immediately goes weak-kneed, as if I press a button on top of her head.
初めての高校で忘れ物は大丈夫かなとか心配なのはわかるけどね。何かあったら私にすぐ連絡してくれればいいから。
Thanks, Kokoro.
朝からイチャイチャしない。イチャイチャなんてしてないし。ほら、二人とも笑顔でいってらっしゃい。
Totally normal sibling behavior, by the way. Yes, ma'am.
行ってきます。
We leave the kisuten and walk up the road toward the school.
暑い。
Yo. Yeah, it is.
気持ちいいね。
Yeah, it does. Along the way, I nod along Kokoro's mundane observations. It's not much different from when she was giving me a tour of the town the other day. We're just chatting as we walk along, but something's different. What is it?
だって兄さんとはいえ男の子と一緒に登校するなんて夢みたいだから。
Oh, I was thinking the same thing.
そうなの？
I've always dreamed about walking to school in the morning. I pick at my white dress shirt. This shirt really does make me look like an average male student. I know because I ended up looking at the mirror countless times this morning. This is so exciting. Waku waku. Kokoro clutches her chest. Oh, I guess I spoke Akotodama by accident. Oh wait, that made her excited herself. Oh shit. Is this the suspension? Yeah, he accidentally did the suspension bridge effect thing. I think. Are you okay? Daijoubu?
私も急になんかドキドキしてきちゃった。
Oh shit, I think he did induce the suspension bridge effect by accident. She blushes as she laughs. Her red face is adorable. But anyway, and this doesn't look like the effects are very bad. There's no need to cancel this one. No. You don't know how bad this is. Or is it? You said that walking to school with a boy made you feel like you were dreaming. But don't you have a boyfriend or a fiance or something?
いいなずけ？
Oh, do most people not have one?
いたらびっくりだろうけど、彼氏はいないよ。
Soka.
兄さんは？
Me? Oh, I don't have a boyfriend either. It's like a dumb response.
違うよ、そうじゃないよ。兄さんの場合は彼女がいるかどうかで彼氏は言っちゃダメだよ。病院に儚げな女の子が入院しててロマンチックな思い出が生まれちゃったりとかなかったの？
Okay, I'm curious about how he responds here, because supposedly he loves Mana. But he already did some lies of omissions already. Mana comes to mind, but I'm not sure whether I'd call her frail exactly. Okay, he's gonna use some technicality bullshit here. Mana is my fiance, so I'd be lying if I said I didn't have anyone special. But if I say I do, then Kokoro will certainly ask more questions. I really want to avoid lying to Kokoro, but what should I do? As I'm thinking to myself, Kokoro keeps talking.
でも兄さんの思い人が男の子でも
What?
それはそれでいいのかも。
What? No. She wriggles in a swaying motion. Why? Yeah, it would be nice to have some male friends.
友情と隠し味のスパイスみたいなものかな。
I didn't sign up for this. I mean, I know some of you guys like that, but I'm not into that, okay? I don't really get it. But anyway, if you don't have a boyfriend, the boys around here must all be blind. What's wrong?
兄さんこそ真顔でそんな。
Should I have said that with some other kind of face?
いや、そうじゃないけど。けど。
I mean, look at you. You're so kawaii. I pat her on the head again, and she blushes deeply and puts her hand onto her chest. I guess the kotodama is still active.
まあ、あんまりからかわないの。できますよ。
I was trying to compliment her, but did I say something to make her angry by mistake? Wait, no. I've seen girls act like this in manga before. And what usually comes after that is... I grab Kokoro's hand. Totally normal sibling behavior, by the way. Quote-unquote sibling behavior. She's startled, but so am I. I didn't think her hand would be so soft.
どうしたの兄さん。
I was just scared that we might get separated if something happened.
迷子？ここで？
She's right. We're not deep in some forest up in the mountains. We're in town, and we can see pretty far in all directions. It'll be hard to get lost here. Okay, Then I'm scared that you might trip and fall.
何それ。子供じゃないんだから転ばないよ。
Fine. What if I'm just scared generally?
それにしよう。
Giggling to herself, she entwines her fingers around. He's obviously so in, but like, I'm putting myself in her perspective because obviously the dude's just like, oh, this is just a girl that mind controlled to see as my sibling. But for her perspective, she's just going all in. She doesn't care.
確かに登下校で男の子と手をつないで歩くのって恋人ができたらの定番だよね。
But what does that mean for me? Hopefully you can still enjoy it, even though I'm just your Nissan.
兄さんだからこそだよ。
Just know. It does make my hand feel hot though. Kokoro laughs at my grumbling.
夏だから。で、なんで二人して手をつないじゃってるの？
We just arrived at the school gate, and I already see someone I recognize.
いろいろあって。
Ohayo, Hotaru. What are you doing standing out here? I'm impressed by the large number of students milling around.
おはようございます。誠さんが初めて登校するから様子見しようと待っていたんですよ。兄さんみんなに心配されちゃってる。みんな？私とホタルンとうちのお母さん。さもありなん。さも？え？そりゃそうだろうねってこと。
Honestly, I'm going to be fine. The more people worry about me, the more I wonder whether I should be worried too. But I'm able to stay calm by remembering that if anything goes wrong, I always have my Kotodama power.
それよりもココロン、手なんて繋いじゃって恋人ができたのかって間違えられたらどうするつもりなの？ん？だって兄さんは兄さんだよ。ホタル以外の人は誠さんのことを知らないじゃないですか。うん。だから聞かれたら兄さんなんだよって自慢してあげるの。ああ、うちのクラスの一部の男子はかわいそうに。
I feel bad for those guys.
なんで？あ、いいのよ。あなたはお姫様してなさい。
Hotaru clasps Kokoro on the shoulder, and then turns to me.
誠さんはいっそのことココロンと双子ってことにして同じクラスに通えばよかったんじゃないですか？
I could have, but I don't want to rely on her too much. It's better if I'm in a separate class.
それはそれは。
I don't understand why, but she's grinning now. Anyway, I better head over to the staff room soon.
はーい、またねー。良い学園生活を。
Wouldn't it? Oh wait, no. I was about to say, wouldn't they escort him to the staff room or something? But then I remembered, oh wait, he, as part of his story to Kokoro, was Hotaru helped him out, so he probably never mind. After parting ways with Kokoro and Hotaru, I walked toward the staff room with some trepidation. But once I'm inside, it's clear that Kotodama from yesterday is still working. Nobody questions my presence, and after a short wait, my new homeroom teacher comes to escort me to the classroom. He tells me to stand outside and wait for a signal to come in. Soon I'll have to introduce myself to my new classmates. I'm nervous. The one thing I absolutely had to avoid is saying a Kotodama by mistake. How embarrassing would it be to accidentally speak a Kotodama in front of dozens of people? After about a minute, I hear the teacher's voice telling me to come inside. As I enter the classroom, I feel everyone looking at me. Whoa! I'm so excited I almost forget to be nervous. That's what I always thought of a classroom would look like. In the last few days, I'm starting to get used to seeing crowds of people, but this is the first time I've seen so many people in one place, all around the same age and wearing similar clothes.
自己紹介
The teacher prompts me. Oops, I forgot. Hello, my name is Oribe Makoto. For reasons that are hard to explain, I don't know much about living in society, but I hope I can avoid causing too much trouble for everyone. It's nice to meet you all.
説明しづらい事情って
Someone in the classroom is curious. I thought out my prepared backstory. I've been sickly ever since I was very young, and until very recently I was hospitalized somewhere deep in the mountains, away from civilization. A murmur runs through the class. It's the same backstory I told Kokoro and Azuki-san, but will it work here? Seeing the uncertainty on my face, my teacher class to get the class's attention.
転校生に聞きたいことはいろいろあるだろうが、話は休み時間にしろ。
Several students look like they want to ask something, but they keep quiet. As I make my way to my assigned seat near the back of the classroom, I hear a girl murmur something.
誠、言うをなせ。
Just like the boy earlier, I didn't see who it was. Oh well. I sit down and run my hand across the smooth surface of the desk. Then I look up. I see many desks and many students' backs. Starting today, this is my new home. I can't wait to see what school has in store for me. After homeroom is over, the students get up from their seats and start chatting with each other. I guess this is what the teacher meant by the next break. But before I can observe more, several students come and surround my desk. Now is their chance to question the new guy. I definitely answer their most predictable questions without too much trouble. I don't tell any obvious or easily discoverable lies. No, I don't know anything about TV. No, I don't know much about books or music. Luckily, since I keep saying I don't know things, the students are mostly able to fill in the gaps in my story by themselves. Of course, I always have my kotodama in reserve if anyone gets suspicious. Finally, the students begin to drift back to their seats to prepare for the next class. But one boy remains.
よ、転校生。
Konnichiwa.
俺は浅川光一だ。
Okay.
何急に話しかけてきてるんだこいつ。慣れ慣れしいな。とか思わないのか？
He looks puzzled. I'm puzzled too. Was there something wrong with how I reacted to you?
いや、あんまりにも反応が普通というか無反応だったから。
Sorry, my face isn't very expressive. I'm actually happy that you came and said hi to me.
緊張とかしてないのか？
I am, but more than that, I'm just impressed by how lively the class is. I can't help but smile when I see so many people talking freely amongst themselves. I've never seen a place so full of life.
ああ、ずっと山奥の病院か何かにいたんだったな。すまなかった。
Why are you apologizing?
お前の自己紹介の時、説明しづらい事情ってなんだって質問したのが俺だったからだよ。
I see. So that's why he's here at my desk. Got to think of it. His voice does sound familiar. Don't worry about it.
あ、お前が気にしなさそうだから、俺も気にしないことにするわ。
He grins. Actually, I'm still far from understanding what's normal here, so there's no doubt I'll face many challenges while adjusting my life at school. It would be great if I had someone in class I could go to for help if I needed it. Basically, I need a friend. Of course, I could solve the problem by whispering to Koichi something like protect me or assist me from now on. But that would make him more of a slave than a friend. Nah, Koichi.
なんだ？
If you don't mind, would you be my friend? I word it carefully so it doesn't come out as a command.
いいぞ。じゃあ今から友達な。
Thanks.
もっと驚けよ。
Huh? Did something surprising happen?
そうじゃねえ。あっさりいいぞって答えた俺の男前なところに感動しろって言ってるんだ。
Oh, I am. That's why I said thanks.
妙なやつだな。
He makes an odd face, though it doesn't seem like he's displeased.
いまいち冗談が通じないが、ま、都会から来たスカしたやつとかじゃないし、いいか。というより、ここより田舎から来るやつがいるなんて、誰も想像してなかっただろうけど。
There's always bigger fish, as they say.
下だと思うがな。
The place I live in was pretty nice, actually. I think back to my life in the village. Yeah, it really was a beautiful place.
じゃあ、昼休みに気が向いたら学園を案内してやるよ。
He takes his leave and returns to his seat. I've already met several girls outside the village, but Koichi is my first male friend. That's good. That kind of made me think about something. Like, the only people in his life were women. Interesting, but like, anyway. Otomodachi. This will be great. A smile rises to my lips. Well, that aside, it's time to experience my first class. Sure, since I've never taken a class before, I know it will take a while to get my bearings, but I'm still looking forward to it. I'm sure it'll be a nice, fun experience. That wasn't fun at all. That sucked. After doing 4 hours of classes, I collapsed face down onto my desk. I know I'll be far behind the rest of the class, but I never imagined how painful it would be to sit in silence listening to gibberish for hours on end. In fact, since I was a farmer until a few days ago, sitting down for so long itself was a new concept to me. Second period math was especially bad. There were a bunch of foreign signals like X, Y, and I could barely even tell them apart from each other. I'm further behind than I thought. I have to learn to read and write all over again. I'm frustrated by how unprepared I was for this. Maybe if I use a teensy weensy katadama on the teacher, maybe he make him give me a one-on-one crash course. No, that would be too disruptive. I'm going to school because I want to experience being a student. Studying is part of that. Still, my foundational knowledge catches up with the class. I'll need to use my kotodama to get around things like exams or being called on. Okay, now it's lunchtime. Koichi said he'll show me around the campus, but maybe I'll ask him if he has any tips about how to remember all these foreign words, or which ones I should focus on. After lifting my head off my desk to look for Koichi, I accidentally make eye contact with someone else. That's not so unusual. People have been glancing at me all day. It's only natural that I'll be on people's minds as a new transfer into the class. But this girl is standing right in front of me, and she's absolutely gorgeous. Her beauty reminds me of the lush green mountains that surrounded our village. That's a very interesting way to describe someone's beauty. Wait, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. of a clear mountain stream, dotted with mosey boulders. And there's a certain voluptuousness which doesn't really fit with the metaphor. I feel a strange desire to bully her. A strange desire. Maybe it's because of how she's already blushing with embarrassment, even though we haven't spoken a word to each other yet. Hi? I fight down my odd sadistic impulse and answer her normally.
私、朝比奈京子って言います。
よろしく。
それで、さっき、友達と。
I'm surprised that anyone could be even worse at talking than I am. Well, I guess I'll just stay quiet and let her finish. It's okay. You don't have to be nervous. I'm curious as to what she's trying to say, but it's also fun to watch her struggle to say it. Is this the same way Mana feels when she torments me?
何してるんだ?
Koichi shows up. Good question. The girl looks even more flustered. Koichi, any idea what she might be trying to say?
いや、というより、朝比奈が自分からこのクラスの誰かに話しかけようとしてるのを見たのが初めてだな。
Okay, so he does at least know who she is. I see. It's clear now that she's generally bad at communicating with people. So why would she come and try to strike up a conversation with me? Asahina-san suddenly raises her voice and grabs me by the wrist. Before I can react, she rushes out of the classroom, pulling me with her. No. Asahina-san. She looks around worriedly and doesn't seem to have heard me. Because we're all on our lunch break, the hall outside is even more crowded than inside the classroom.
こっち。
She scurries down the hall. I follow her lead, enjoying the feel of her soft fingers on my wrist. She stops in front of a door and takes out a kagi. I look up, wondering what sort of room this is. The placard above the door says library prep. Huh. Once the two of us are alone inside this poorly lit room, she finally lets go of my hand and breathes a sigh of relief. She even leans against a bookshelf and slides down to the ground in apparent exhaustion. I look around the room. It smells like musty old books. I see. This is some kind of room for storing books. I heard of a library, so if this is library prep, I guess that means it's where they keep excess books or books that haven't been categorized yet. I can almost rule at the moment the amount of knowledge that must be stored in this room. So, is this room not open to everyone? I saw that you use a kagi to unlock it.
私、図書委員だから。
Oh, nice. Extracurricular activities like committees, club, sports. These are social groups where friendship and love between students can grow. Awesome. She looks at me curiously.
本、お好きなんですか?
What is going on? Why did she suddenly want to be friends with us? And Yeah. And I like bundles of knowledge. Oh, and I like novels and manga too. As I answer, I pick up a nearby book and brush the dust off the cover. In a sense, it's all thanks to the books that I was able to leave the village in the first place.
そうですか。本がお好きですか?
はい? Nothing. I just noticed that you finally smiled.
いえ、
No, I didn't mean anything bad. I just thought you looked cute, that's all. This guy.
可愛いだなんて、そんな、私にはもったいないお言葉で。
I'm not flattering you. I really think you're kawaii. Although I might just think differently from other people since I grew up away from civilization.
そうです。私が可愛かったら、もっと簡単に友達が。
Did they deliberately not include that translation of Oops, now she's sad again. That cute smile is gone now. What a shame. Zannen. Personally, I think you should try not to speak so harshly about yourself. I try to be as tactful as I can.
ただの事実だと思いますが。
Well, whether or not it's the truth, the fact is that words can have a big impact on people's behaviors and mental states. At the very least, I think you should avoid using words that put people down, and that goes for yourself and others.
はあ、前向きなんですね。
They're very forced to think carefully about their words. Well, I was taught from an early age to be very careful with my words.
そうですね。そうなんですよね。
She nods quickly. Yes, but sorry for distracting you. There must have been something you wanted to talk to me about, right? Wait, is it that there's an inconsistency there? Or maybe not. I was thinking about on the earlier scene with Hotaru, he was like he just kept saying yes without even like pausing or something. Unless it's like he thinks that he could trust Hotaru, but Hotaru started giving some outlandish stuff, but he just said yes. Okay, that's not inconsistent. Okay, I get it. Sorry.
こちらこそすみません。私、すぐパニックになっちゃって。
She brushes aside her heavy bangs and rubs her forehead. A pleasant fragrance waves my way as she does so. The scent of her shampoo cuts across the musty smell of the books, and I remember. I'm surprised how some people, their shampoo just stays so long. Anyway, I haven't slept. I haven't slept with a woman for just about a week. He's so used to having sex with Rana every day, or every other day, or something. She looks up at me questioningly.
どうしたら、
Jesus Christ.
友達を作ることができるんですか?
Huh? I cocked my head at the strange question.
オリベ君は転校生で、なのに、 簡単に友達を作れていいなって。
Oh, she must have overheard my conversation with Koichi this morning. Don't you have any friends, Asahina-san?
はい。
Her face visibly falls, and an air of gloom sets about her. Well, why don't I become your friend? Personally, I'd love to have as many friends as possible. If you want to be friends with me, I'm all for it.
そうじゃなくて、その友達を作る方法を。
This is why you don't have friends. You just straight up just method. Oh, what? What is she talking about? Wait, is there some kind of special ritual or procedure you have to go through in order to become friends with someone? I look at her in confusion, and she looks back at me, confused too.
でも織部くんが友達になってくれるならそれでいいのかな。
Finally, you're understanding, Asahina-san. Oh my god. If there's a kind of condition I don't satisfy for being your friend, you can feel free to turn me down.
そんなことはないです。友達いいですね。
Okay then, I guess we're friends now.
下手。はい。
She smiles. I'm glad I got you to smile again.
笑わそうと思ったんですか？
Yup. When I see someone who's happy, I feel happy too. But Asahina-san goes back to looking troubled.
じゃあ笑わせるために友達になろうって言っただけで友達というのは冗談だったとか。
No, not at all. I wasn't joking at all.
そうですか。
Koichi was saying I don't react to things in a normal manner. I wonder, do I come across as dishonest or something? If so, that's a big problem, and we need to fix it as soon as possible.
いえ、なんでしょう。織部くんは素直すぎるのかな。
Yeah, he's 100% honne. He doesn't have tatama. Straightforward.
嘘がないじゃなくて、そう言葉と言いたいことがピタリと重なってるのかもしれません。
Is that not normal?
普通はそれは普通じゃないと思います。
Huh. Well, that's very interesting. Personally, I find it more difficult not to match what I say with what I want to say. I mean, I know how to lie, of course, but I don't think that's what Asahina-san is talking about. As an example, if I wanted a friend, I'd just go and ask someone to be my friend. But are you saying that's not how people normally think?
私とかは誰かに友達になろうっていうのも難しいです。
Why is that difficult?
恥ずかしいとか。
Is this the extrovert meets the introvert situation? Anyway. But what's embarrassing about it?
どうしてってそれは
Oh, you don't have to think so hard about it. I'm just asking out of curiosity. I'm not trying to interrogate you.
そうなんですけど、でも確かにどうしてなんだろう。
She thinks for a little while.
友達になろうって言って拒絶されたり否定されたら自分が傷つくからかな。
I see. Basically, you like yourself, so you don't want to find out that others don't like you.
大嫌いです。
She replies instantly. Damn, that is so bad that she instantly replies that. Really?
はい。だから自分に自信がないから誰かと友達になる価値がないと考えてしまって友達になろうって口にできないんだと思います。
Huh. So your first theory was that it's hard because you don't want yourself to be hurt. But your second theory was that it's hard because you don't want other people to be hurt.
そうですね。その2つが混ざってるんだと思います。
I think both of those feelings come from a place of kindness, though.
臆病なだけですよ。でも
Wait, give me a second. I'm checking something. Okay, we're good. Okay.
慰めてくれてありがとうございます。
I wasn't trying to make you feel better. I was admiring you.
どちらにしろ ですね。
Well, you're welcome. I don't think I've done anything worth thanking me for, but it's important to accept thanks in a graceful manner.
やっぱり織部くんみたいなこういう気遣いや余裕がないといけないんですね。
You know what? Thinking about it, Oribe is more or less like a cup that's he's like a cup that's empty for this kind of situation. And Kyoko is someone who has a cup that's weighing her down. If that makes sense. Anyway, it's not like I'm gonna. It's not like I say that so simply, but I'm like a Kyoko myself anyway, in real life at least. She sighs deeply. ところで, you don't have to call me Oribe-kun. You can just call me Makoto. Oribe isn't even my real name, so it feels weird to be called that. Plus, it's too ambiguous since Kokoro and Azuki-san are Oribes too.
でも男の子を名前で呼ぶのはなんか誤解されそうな。
The wrong idea.
なんでもないです。
She shakes her head violently, blushing deeply for some reason.
じゃあ私の方も京子って呼ぶんですか？
If you're okay with it, Asaina-san.
私は、さっぱり実感が湧かないので京子って呼んでみてもらっていいですか？
Yoko. Hazukashi. You don't like it?
ドキドキしただけで。
Doki doki. Asaya-san. Yeah. Kyoko puts her hand to her chest and looks away.
呼び捨て、どうしよう。呼び捨てされるとすごい。
She's muttering something to herself, but I think back to what she said a minute ago. You said I was confident, but a lot of people tell me that. I wonder why. Kokoro said it. Hotaru and Koichi and now Kyoko.
それは誠くんが自然体ってことだと思う。
Being natural?
何もせずただそこにあるだけで命や自然とつながっている神様みたいな。その変な宗教とかじゃなくてうちが神社だから。
Jinja?
町の東の湖のそばにあるこの辺りでは一番大きい神社なんです。
Aha.
知ってるんですか？
Hi. No, not only do I remember the Jinja, but I also remember that when I went on a walk there the other morning, I saw a Miko. The Miko didn't exactly get a good look at me, though, since she fled almost instantly. But I guess that must have been Kyoko. Well, if she doesn't remember meeting me, I suppose there's no point in bringing it up.
バイトで巫女をやっててお父さんが神主だからいろいろと宗教っぽいことも覚えちゃってて、もろもろのまがごと罪、汚れ、あらんをば払えたまえ清えたまえと申すことを聞こしめせとかしこみかしこみも申す。恥ずかしいから普通に口にしたけど払え言葉の最後の方かしこみかしこみとかは聞いたことあるでしょ？
I see. But I'm actually thinking about something else. When she recited from the Hara e Kotoba just now, I felt a trace of something similar to our Kotodama power in her voice. While we inherited this power from the gods directly, she and her fellow Miko, and I don't know what priest is, must have attained a semblance of it through long development of their religious cultural system. I wonder, could a Miko like Kyoko be unaffected by my Kotodama, just like Kotaro is? Now I had to know. Let me just try something. I face Kyoko and silently extend my right hand.
なんですか？
As I expected, she flinches and retreats slightly from me. Domu, Ogokun, ai. She freezes no directly than if she were just following my instructions. But the confusion in her eyes shows that she didn't freeze of her own free will. I guess it works on her. I'm relieved. But now I'm even more curious. Why on earth doesn't it work on Hotaru? Anyway, I can't just stand here now. I reach forward and brush Kyoko's cheek gently, then flick my hand to the side. this is gonna be a critical hit to the Kyoko, man. I think you must have been sweating from being nervous. There was hair stuck to your cheek. There wasn't really, but I stepped back and flashed her a smile. Sorry to have surprised you. You can move now. Her body free to move again. She jumps backwards. And then she crashes into the bookshelf behind her, and the shower of books falls down on her. Nice CG. Daijoubu? She's too shocked to remove the book that's resting on her head. She's fallen down in a sitting position and her stuggy is visible. Oh yeah, I've definitely seen this situation in the manga before. Kegai da.
ちょっと違う意味で大丈夫じゃないです。体が動かなかった。
Well, that's because I put the kotodam on her, but she seems to think it was caused by her nervousness. She's blushing deep red, and even though she hasn't been exercising, she's breathing heavily. Wait, what do you mean she hasn't been exercising? Bro, that reminded me earlier when he was talking to like fucking Kokoro, and I really believe that he inadvertently caused a suspension bridge effect. I mean, we were already seeing signs that she really likes him, but you know, that really exacerbated the feeling. Anyway, she must not be used to the opposite sex. After all, anyone without a single friend must be a virgin. I feel bad for people who. Can you stand?
ちょっと待ってください。落ち着くまで。
My bad. I clicked too fast. I guess I still need to stand up. Sitting down is fine too.
ですね。
Kyoko coughs a little. It's pretty dusty in here, isn't it?
掃除しないとダメですね。ここも。
Want me to help?
いえ、私もすぐにじゃなくて、夏休みにでも暇があるときにやります。
What is Natsuyasumi for them? Because they said it's currently summertime right now. Just let me know when and I can help. When and I can help.
そんなことしていただくわけには。
Hey, we're friends now, so there's no need to hold back if you need something.
確かに。
Actually, in return, would you mind letting me use this room? Just once in a while is fine.
本を読むなら普通の図書室の方が便利だと思いますけど。
Of course, but I want to read books that are in here too.
全部読むつもりですか？
Well, as many as possible anyway.
じゃあ私に声をかけてもらえればいつでも鍵を開けます。
Arigato. I smile and extend my hand to her. Have you calmed down now? Let's go back to the classroom.
はい。
She takes my hand and gets to her feet. She really does smell nice. And then he's gonna think, it's been a week since I had sex. Kokoro de. I did have one last question. Satsumon? Well, I guess it's my first question.
何ですか？
I can tell that you're a shy person, but how come that didn't stop you from coming and talking to me? You were saying that you find it difficult to go and talk to people, and that's why you never made any friends. So, what was different about me?
オリで誠くんが転校生できっかけになると思ったから。
Is that all?
あとは
Her expression becomes vacant. No, it's not that. She's just not exactly looking at me anymore. It's like she's looking at a point somewhere behind me. I turn around to see if anything is there, but there's nothing but bookshelves.
いえ、なんでもないんです。 気にしないでください。
Wonder what's going on. Flustered, she starts pushing on my dad. Hey, that's dangerous. Don't. I cut myself up, realizing that if I'm not careful, don't push me might come out as a kotodama. So I'm helpless as she pushes me all the way out the door. What was she looking at anyway? Okay, that's interesting. Just to think about her. After the strange lunchtime incident with Kyoko, not much else has happened. Before I knew it, it was time for afternoon homeroom. And then, just like that, my first day at school came to an end. My main impression so far is, this is tiring. Sounds about right. The first day of school is always tiring. Yeah, I don't know why. Anyway. As I sit with my head down at my desk, bathed in the noise of my classmates getting ready to leave, I hear my phone beep.
一緒に帰る？よかったら下駄箱を出たところで待ってるから。
Let's see. Here. Reply. Fumbling a bit, I managed to type out, thanks. I'll be there soon, and send it. I spent all the lunchtime with Kyoko, so I never got a chance to tour the campus, but that can wait for tomorrow. It's good to know that they had lunch together, because I was thinking about whether he would have met up with Kokoro or something.
よ、転校生。
My name is Makoto.
分かってるよ。放課後どうするんだ？なんなら俺が声をかけてクラスの男子何人か連れて歓迎会みたいなのしてやってもいいけど。
Oh, sorry. I just got a text from my imoto inviting me to walk home with her. I hold up my kedai.
妹。ああ、オリベってそうか。
Do you know Kokoro?
折り紙とかいう喫茶店の子だろ。まあこの町じゃ突き詰めれば大体は顔見知りになっちまうけど。
Did she stick in your mind because she's so cute? Good question.
俺は彼女はいる。
Oh, alright, good Chad. Alright, okay, fine, good Chad. Oh.
お前は、入院してたならいるわけないか。
Well, it's not like there weren't girls in the hospital too. Of course, I'm really thinking about the village. Not that it matters.
それより妹さんが待ってるんだろ。早く行けよ。
Alright, I pick up my bag. Koichi, thanks for making friends with me today. See you again tomorrow. Mata ashita.
気にするな。これも何かの縁だ。
A connection? Connections are good things to have. I hear another voice nearby.
お帰りですか？
Oh, she probably wants to walk home with him or something. What, like my emoto?
じゃあ俺も行くわ。
Koichi glances briefly at Kyoko and walks away. What the hell? That's very odd. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but there's something odd about that. She watches them go, and they're both acting weird. Kyoko, is Koishi's kanojo you by any chance?
違います。
She's so surprised that she literally jumps into the air.
浅川くんの彼女は離れた場所にいて、今は遠距離恋愛だって。
I like how that's very convenient so that the MC never meets her because he's a Giga Chan. So anyway, that's a good thing though. I'm not into that kind of story. Oh, I guess you must be pretty close with him if you know so much about him. About it.
浅川くんが別の人と話していたのを、私は自分の席に座って本を読みながら耳にしたことがあるだけで。
See. Anyway, you want something?
その。
She hesitates. I would let her take her time, but Kokoro is waiting for me downstairs. Let's talk while we walk, okay?
はい、お供いたします。
Yeah, that's what I feel that she wants to do. She wanted to walk home. So this is in a way getting what she wants. You don't have to be so formal about it.
そうですね。でも、誠くんを相手にすると妙な感じがして。
Huh.
ちなみにどちらに向かわれているんですか？
Downstairs. Kokoro. That's my imoto. She's waiting there.
妹さんですか？
Yep.
一緒に帰るだなんて仲がいいんですね。
I hope you're right. So what is it you wanted to talk about?
そうでした。
She takes a deep breath to calm her nerves.
せっかくですから放課後の予定を聞こうと思ったのですが、妹さんと帰られるなら気にしないでください。
I don't have any plans today. I thought about helping in the kiseten, but today is Kokoro's turn anyway.
でも妹さんと帰るんですよね。
I am, but I don't have any plans after that.
そうなんですか？じゃあ
Want to hang out? So casually says it. Well, it's a good thing.
いいんですか？
I don't think it's that big of a deal. I can't help it. There are plenty of things I want to do, like studying, exploring the town, or people watching. But there's nothing I absolutely have to do.
ではよろしくお願いします。
Me too.
それなら後ほど神社でお会いしましょうか。
Okay, so there is like the absurdness of the situation for me because, you know, like I totally understand that they were kids, like, you know, just the opposite sex, just randomly, you know, you make friends and then the next day, yeah, maybe I'm like a Kyoko kind of person. Yeah. Anyway, aren't you going home now too?
帰りますけど。
One of us must be misunderstanding something, and it's probably me. I mean, since I'm going to Cafe Kiseten Origami and you're going to the Jinja, and they're both in the same direction, there's no need to split up right now, is there?
妹さんとお帰りになるとき、私なんかがいたら邪魔になるのではないかと。
I'm pretty sure that Imoto thinks that way, but like our Giga-chan doesn't think that way, so... Not at all. In fact, I'll introduce you to her. After all, you're my first female friend at school.
そんな友達だなんて恐れ多いことです。
Didn't we become friends at lunchtime? This isn't how I expected a friend to act.
なんだか恐縮してしまって、いっそ下僕あたりから関係を始めて
What the?
徐々に友人に近づけてもらうのも良いのではないかと午後の授業中に考えたのですが。
What the? What is she doing? What? Okay, I'm not a Kyoko type. Straight up, I saw that and I was like, no. I don't know about that. That doesn't sound like a healthy healthy relationships get started. She's really too much.
ごめんなさい。でもなんだかどうも誠くん相手だと。
I'm getting it now. So she's a Miko, right? And then, you know, he's like, he's part of the descendants of gods or some shit, so she could sense something like that going on. I don't know. I see. Well, there's really no need. You could just relax. Even I can tell there's no way Kyoko's subservient attitude is normal. It must be that her training as a Miko is making her react to my demigod nature. Well, not that I feel particularly bad about a cute girl looking up to me.
おかえりなさい、兄さん。
As we exit the building, Kokoro is waiting at the entrance. Kagenasai, but we're not home yet.
私が兄さんの帰ってくる場所なんだよ。
Kind of makes you think. Well, yeah. She spreads her arms and smiles broadly. She reminds me of a sunflower bathing in the sun. I see. She looks like she wants a hug, so I give her one in front of the school, by the way. Ah! She suddenly shouts, so I let her go in surprise.
本気で抱きつかなくていいから、冗談だから。
I can't tell the difference.
もう兄弟だからいいものをこんなの見られたらみんなに誤解されちゃうのに。でも れもいいかも。
You just know. What would be?
まあまあ、それより兄さん、学園生活の初日はどうだった？
The classes were a nightmare, but I made 2 friends.
わあ、頑張ったね。どんな人？
Well, here's one of them.
どうも。
Kyoko has been standing some distance away, but when I point her out with a glance, she steps forward hesitantly.
すごい美人さんだ。
What a Chad.
あ、びっくりしちゃった。こんにちは。はじめましてですね。はじめまして。兄さんのお友達ということは2年の先輩ですか？
Senpai.
なんで驚いているんですか？いえ、意味はなくて、その。
She's just shy. She's in my class, so she is a second year.
そうなんだ。でも、兄さんから最初に紹介されたお友達が女性か。
So we're for the quote-unquote moto. I made a male friend too.
とにかく、まだ名乗っていませんでしたね。織部心です。
Not important, by the way. I feel sorry for my bro.
私は名乗るほどのものではありません。
No. Introduce yourself. This conversation is going nowhere, so I throw in a kotodama to help it along.
朝比奈京子です。はーい。よろしくお願いします。朝比奈さん。あれ？今、私普通に挨拶できた？
You know, for a split second when they said introduce herself in a weird voice, I just suddenly remembered fucking Dune. It's like the Jesuit voice thing. The voice. Anyway.
朝比奈京子さん？
Kyoko's confusion is understandable, but after a few moments, Kokoro starts looking confused too.
朝比奈さん？
Kokoro doesn't seem to think what she said is a big deal, but Kyoko suddenly looks ill. Do you know something about her?
どうしよう。
What the? There's something about her. Kokoro looks back and forth between me and Kyoko.
本人が気にしてるかもしれない話だから言っていいのかわからないんだけど。
Kokoro seems to want permission from Kyoko to continue, but Kokoro is still out of it. But then...
いっか。
Is that okay?
私あんまりそういうの気にしないか
She laughs.
ら。なんていうか、朝比奈さんに霊感があるって話は有名なんだよ。
What does that mean?
幽霊とか妖怪みたいなものが見えるんだって。裏飯や。
So cute. Ah, すごい.
相変わらず兄さんは反応が薄いね。顔が真顔すぎ。
I'm kind of tired of hearing that. I guess she's implying that being able to see yure and apparitions should be surprising or unbelievable. Personally, as a Kotodama user, I find it easy to accept that there could be other supernatural powers out there. Yeah, it works to his advantage. Wait a second, that should give him something to think about, because she was looking something behind her. In fact, I might even be able to use my Kotodama to give Kokoro the ability to see yure if I wanted. Not to mention that mere ghosts and apparitions aren't very scary to a demigod.
まあ霊感があるっていうのが本人以外には本当か嘘かはわからないですけど、生きてる人と死んでる人の区別がつかなかったりで、子供の頃から大変だったって話もあるみたい。
Oh, the extent of her sight is... It's so high fidelity to the point that she couldn't even tell. Damn. That's so hard.
小学生の時、授業中にいきなりうるさいって叫び出したりとか。
Listening to the story, it doesn't seem so terrible, but to Kyoko herself, it might be downright mortifying. I guess it wasn't just her shy personality that made her so reluctant to reach out and make friends. This reminds me of that one anime that could see about a girl who could see ghosts, but she spends most of her time trying to ignore they exist. Or something like that. Because she's so scared, so she, what's the name of that anime? That was a good show. Anyway, supernatural powers don't fit well into the natural world where humans live. As someone born into the clan Ichizoku of demigods, it's natural that I'm a stranger out here. But Kyoko is a little estranged from society too, even though she was born here.
って噂はあるんだけど、せっかく本人とお話しする機会だからどうなのかなとお聞きしますが。
Kyoko was already silently trembling, but when Kokoro turns to her, she shrinks even further.
見えますけど。
That's very interesting.
二人とも私のこと気持ち悪いとか思ったりしないんですか？全然？
Not a bit. Kokoro and my answers almost perfectly overlap, and we look at each other in agreement. You literally convinced yourself as to be like brother and sister, huh? It's amazing.
二人とも変な人ですね。あ、おどおどしてたのに急にはっきり言った。すみません。
I think it's good. It would be better if you learn to speak your mind more often.
性分でして。
ところでKokoro.
何？
Kyoko was saying she wants to make friends, so could you be friends with her too?
そんなストレートな。
Kyoko is shocked again, but ignore her for now. I'll wait for Kokoro to answer.
なんで兄さん、朝比奈さんのこと呼び捨てなの？
She asked a seemingly unrelated question. I call you by your given name too.
私は妹。呼び捨ては妹の特権じゃないですか。
Is that how it works?
そういうものです。それより、私みたいな人間と友達になっても、面白くも、なんとも。京子さんの方はもちろん OK ですよ。友達だから、私も下の名前で呼びますね。あ、京子先輩の方がいいですか？そちらでも。あなた、いい子ね。
I like that split second when at the beginning she was drooling a little there. I have to say, you two are pretty funny. I rub my chin as I deliver my comedy review.
あ、お店の手伝いするんだ。お話しするにも歩きながらにしましょう。
He gets ignored. Kokoro heads off down the road. I start to follow her, but Kyoko doesn't seem to be moving. どうしたの？
妹さん、いつもあんな感じなんですか？
Like what?
気軽に踏み込んでくるのに、居心地の良い距離感というか、軽やかさというか。
Yeah, this thing about she stays in the comfortable distance. Remember how she was before she got Kotodama, you know? But the moment she got Kotodama, she's just so next level clingy to her Nissan. Interesting. As far as I know, she's always like that, though I haven't lived with her long enough to say for sure. Kyoko is right. With Kokoro, you never had to worry about things getting too serious or heavy.
羨ましい限りです。誠くんとは違った意味で不思議な子ですね。
Honestly, if you're looking for a role model for how to make friends, Kokoro would probably make a better one than I would.
そうですね。誠くんは浮世離れという感じがします。
I could say the same thing about you.
私はあの世に片足を突っ込んでますからね。
I guess she's talking about the you that she sees. Tonikaku, let's go.
はい。
行こう. The three of us walk along side by side. Along the way, we end up exchanging Dewa Bango. Of course, I'm slower to register the numbers in my ketai than they are. Before long, we arrive at the Kissaten.
じゃあ、私はこれで。はい、 ありがとうございました。
Kyoko bows deeply to Kokoro.
兄さんはどうするの？
If you need help with the Kisenen, I'll stay. But otherwise, I was planning to head out to the Jinja with Kyoko.
いってらっしゃい。
Oh, she's not clingy today, huh? That could
で
be
し
it.
たら私がお店のお手伝いというのをしますので、お二人で神社に行ってください。
After knowing you for just a few hours, I'm already well aware that your nerves often take you to strange directions. But, Kyoko, what's the point of going to the Jinja if you don't come with me?
ヤッパさん、話してみると面白い人なんですね。
Kyoko really doesn't get it. It seems she's just as disconnected from society as I am, just in a different way.
とにかくあんまり帰りが遅くならないようにだよ、兄さん。
I won't. Kokoro waves at us, then disappears into the Kisenen.
どちらが年上かわからない感じですね。
Your nerves settled pretty quickly as soon as Kokoro was gone.
その嫌味とかそういうつもりじゃなかったんですけど。
I'm not criticizing you. I'm glad you made another otomodachi.
はい、ありがとうございます。でも誠くんってちょっと強引ですね。
What did you mean by this? Maybe I am. People might think I'm being forceful, but I'm just having fun in my own way. Once again, I think back to how Mana used to love tormenting me, and I imagine she must have felt the same way as I do. Leaving Kokoro behind at the Kiseten, Kyoko and I made our way to the Torii Gate to the east of town. After passing through the Torii and climbing the stone steps, we reached the shrine complex.
私はちょっと着替えてきますので、少し待っていてください。
Okay.
少し30分くらいかかるかもですが、いいですか？
30 minutes to change clothes? If you had things to do, don't worry about me.
いえ、お話したいです。
Her downturned face is flushed as she hurries into one of the buildings. It must be because it's so hot outside. I stay standing here in the middle of the courtyard. The sun is blazing, but as long as I'm not exerting myself, I'm perfectly fine. In the village, I was used to working the fields in this kind of heat. The cicadas are quite loud. I notice a strange emotion rise in me. Is it because the shrine complex is surrounded by the forest? No, it's more than that. For the last few days during the day, I've been with people, and I've always been talking to them. I smile as I recognize the emotion. I never thought I'd feel nostalgic for the sounds of nature. Living in this town brings so many new things. I wonder if Mana is looking up at the same summer sky as I am, back in the village, and hearing the same kind of sounds. I wonder if she's thinking about me, like I'm thinking about her. Kyoko still hasn't returned. I mean, she did say 30 minutes. And also, it's also obvious that Mana is going to show up eventually because they already had an issue together. So there's no way they're going to. Wait a second, that's not a good logic because in Tenchi Soul's reboot, you had sex with that Kohai. No, that was like issues that you end up in a bad ending. But right now, this is like common around territory. You don't even have a choice, so Mana is going to show up for sure. Anyway, but I'm good at killing time. When I was living alone in the village, especially during the winter, I often had to just stare at the darkness between sundown and when it was time to sleep. Not thinking about anything. My mind, a perfect blank. I closed my eyes, sharpened my ears to pass the time in silence. I noticed that the last time I came, but the air here really is clear. It's very easy to breathe here. I realized that now that I'm alone, I can speak kotodamas to myself freely. Certain things have been pent up inside me over the last few days, so this might be a good time to let them out. It doesn't matter what exactly I say. I open my eyes and breathe in deeply. Make people happy. Treasure your friends, your family and friends. No matter what happens, never turn evil. Swear this to yourself. The kotodamas are based on the promise I made to Hotaru the other day. It was a good promise. One I want to keep myself to. It's a good thing there was the no matter what happens, never turn to evil. But then again, there are potential contradictions. You know, but maybe there's like a prioritization of how his orders could work. I mean, some of these things can contradict to each other in a certain kind of case, but you know.
今のは
Suddenly I hear a voice. I hadn't noticed, but Kyoko had officially returned wearing the Miko clothing I saw on my first morning in town. Her hair looks damp. Oh, she even. Oh, this is why 30 minutes. Okay, she also had a shower. Oh, not much. Did you take a bath, Kyoko?
そのはい私だけすみません
There's no need to apologize. I'm sure it felt nice.
ですねあと誠くんとお話しするには汗が気になるので
Oh, some people might not like it. I mean, sweaty.
いえいいんですそれより一人で何かを話していたようですが
Imagine that. Makoto has been complimenting that she smells nice despite smelling sweaty. Imagine that. Anyway. Oh yeah, just talking to myself.
そうですか何かお参りでもしてるのかと思ってしまいました
Praying.
願い事を口にしているのかとここは神社ですから
So people ask gods for favors at the jinja.
昔から入院していていろいろなことを知らないって自己紹介で言ってましたね
She points at the building directly in front of us.
神社には神様が祀られていて皆さんが願い事をしにお参りされるんです
I see. So when they want something, they don't make it happen by themselves. They ask the gods to make it happen instead.
まあ神頼みというのは運任せのようにも思われてしまいますが気の持ちようの助けになるんですよ
She smiles a little apologetically. That makes sense. But actually, I wasn't talking to any gods. I was speaking to myself.
ではことあげですね
What is a kotoage?
意思や目標を声に出して言うことでそれを明確にすることかな
She doesn't seem too sure of her explanation. Is it different from kotodama?
言霊がわかるんですねそれなら同じものだと思っていいです
I see. How interesting. And there are people in the outside world who know about the kind of stuff we learn in the village. Kotodama, huh?
誠くんは神道や神社に興味があるんですか
Well, I guess I am, in a way. She probably meant the kind of interest that a scholar might have, but my real interest lies in learning more about my own origins. In fact, maybe she knows something that can help me, since she's knowledgeable about gods. I am he who speaks, bane but a word, boon but a word. Is there any god who's associated with a phrase like what I just said?
まがごとも一言どこかで聞いたことがあるよな
She mutters to herself as she thinks about it. Then she takes out her ketai. Are you going to call someone to ask about it?
いえネットで調べます
Imagine your doctor just be like, I'm asking ChatGPT, what's the millage, what's the dosage I should give this guy? All right. Okay. Well, who knows? There's probably a fine-tuned version of ChatGPT for doctors. Oh. I feel kind of disappointed. Is it going to be that easy? After a little while, she seems to find something.
ああそれは一言主ですね一言の願いであれば何でも聞き届ける神様だから本当にお願いを叶えてくれる神様になります
Omoshiroi. Hitokotonushi. I must be one of this god's descendants. I'm surprised that the records of my ancient ancestor exist. You should know a lot, Kyoko. I'm impressed.
いえその こういうのは神気臭いとか宗教っぽくて苦手だって人もいるんですけど。
Well, I like it.
ありがとうございます。
She fidgets.
でも誠くんも私にとっては神様みたいなものですね。
あれなんで
友達が欲しいという私のお願いを叶えてくれましたから。しかも妹さんまで紹介してくれましたし。
まあ I'm not sure how to react to that. I can't exactly tell her that I'm literally a god. Anyway, this is a magnificent building. Is the whole thing your house? I point to the building in front of us, trying to change the subject.
誠くんが見ている正面のあれは本殿ですけど、そこから続いている横の建物などは家って呼んでもいいですね。
Wow. So, is your Kasuga in charge of this town?
いえ、町長さんは別にいますが、もともとこの辺りは湖を中心に生活が成り立っていたので、それを祀るこの神社が自然と重要視されているんです。昔ほどじゃないですけど、確かにうちはお金はあるみたいです。だからもしも私ともしもなら玉の腰とか。
She's already imagining something there? Wow, what a Chad.
いや、まだそういう話じゃないですけど。
What are you getting so excited about? A staring fascination as Kyoko works herself into a frenzy for apparently no reason.
なんでもありません。
She's so lonely that the first guy who was kind to her just I see what they're doing here. Purple software. I know what you guys are doing. Okay. We stay silent for a while to let her calm down. I wonder if I said something to set her off. I breathe quietly in and out as I look around the area. Gods are asked by people to grant wishes. Hotaru asked me to grant her wish too, at first. Could it be that I'm not here by chance, that I was destined to come here? Suddenly I sense something warm nearby. Kyoko has come up to me and is reaching her hand out to my face, looking a little dazed. I say nothing, letting her hand touch my cheek. The very second I feel the heat of her fingers touch my skin, she jumps back in surprise.
ごめんなさい。
What are you apologizing for?
急に遠い目で辺りを見渡したので、生きてる人かなって。
Oh, it's because of the she could see ghost thing. I see. Now it was my turn to look a little dazed. Well, I'm not a dead person, at least.
はい、ごめんなさい。
Yeah. Actually, I want to learn more about your power to see spirits.
そうですね。からかうような好奇心とはちょっと違う感じがします。
I guess there really are people like that then.
そういう人ばかりかも。それも仕方ないことだと思います。悪いのは私の方で。
She really can't stay positive about herself for more than a few minutes at a time, it seems. What I had to say, that's one of the cutest things about her.
興味がある誠くんには悪いんですけど、霊感っていろいろと説明しづらいんですよね。
Because it's about things that nobody else can experience?
そう。だからどういう説明をしても意味がなくて。子供の頃はもっと無邪気で、自分の見聞きしたものをなんとか周りに分かってもらおうと必死になって、それで余計に避けられて。ここ数年は逆に誰に何を話しても意味がないと、私から周りを避けてしまって。不思議ですね。誠くんが相手だと、私これでもちゃんと話せてるんです。
Her gaze seems a little unfocused as she speaks.
今 ここに私と誠くん以外何人の人がいますか？
Huh? I look around the courtyard. Just as I thought, there's nobody here except us. None.
そうですか。
Oh, she could see more. Upon hearing my answer, she lets out a small sigh.
私には5人。いえ、人間だと思える人が3人います。
I turn back to her to see what she's looking, but she's looking straight at me. It seems she's avoiding looking at the spirits. She picks up on my realization and explains.
幽霊の姿が見えて、話を聞ける人間だと相手に気づかれると、場所も時間も関係なく絡まれることもあるんです。
Wait, this is literally you remember I mentioned an anime earlier about the girl who tries to ignore the ghost that she sees? This is exactly the same reason why she tries to ignore ghosts.
授業中に騒がれたりして、先生の声が聞こえなかったり、相手にそういう気がなくても、お風呂とか着替えはしづらいですし。
That sounds awful.
さすがに慣れました。それより、いざ友達を作ろうとして話しかけた相手が人間じゃないことも多くて。自分でもドン引きです。
It sounds like you've been through a lot. After hearing these details, it's clear that Kyoko's situation is no laughing matter. Now I understand why she touched my cheek a minute ago. Well, why don't we talk about something more cheerful?
気を使ってもらってすみません。でも私楽しい話って苦手で。いえ、悲しい話がいいとかそういう意味ではないんですけど。そろそろお祭りがあるんですよ。
It's a rather blatant change of topic, but what she just says does catch my interest. Is it the Obon Festival?
そうですね。うちが主導でやることもあって、今はその準備で忙しかったりもするんです。
What kind of preparation do you need to do?
灯籠をたくさん作らないといけないんです。
What for?
転校生ならまだ知らないかもしれないですけど、夏休みに灯籠流しがあるんですよ。灯籠流しっていうのは死んだ人への弔いとして川や湖などに灯籠を流す祭りごとなんですけど。
Well, lanterns? My eye addressed to one of the stone lanterns in the shrine's courtyard. How on earth do you float one of those in water? Do you have a bunch of people pick it up like a plank in procession, then go down the lake and heave it into the water?
いや、どれだけイメージがたくましいんですか。
She shakes her head in exasperation.
流すのは紙と木でできた灯籠です。
Ah, that makes more sense. That kind of lantern is called andon, right?
誠くんは古い言葉を知ってますね。そういう昔のことにも興味を示してくれるのは私は嬉しいですけど。
Old? Back in the village, we use words like this every day. I'm dismayed that they're considered old, but as long as Kyoko is happy about it, I guess it's fine. I bet it looks very beautiful when people float their lanterns out onto the water.
はい、亡くなった方を弔うための祭りごとですが、残された生きている人間の慰めでもありますし、灯籠の光があの湖に反射して揺れている光景はやっぱりロマンチックですね。
Romantic. Will you call me on the day of the Omatsuri? She stares.
それはつまり
More.
私と一緒に。
That's right. Not just you, but the Kokoro, that's my imoto, you remember, and other friends want to come along. And I'd like to go all together.
他にも友達を。
Is there something shocking about that?
いえ、もしもお友達を紹介していただけるのでしたら、私何でもしちゃいます。
I mean, I could introduce them to you sooner. We don't have to wait until the Omatsuri.
神様。
Kyoko looks stunned as she staggers back. Man, what a funny girl. Soyeba, I'm planning to stay strictly platonic with Kokoro and Azuki-san, since they're Kazoku, but Kyoko doesn't fall into that category. She's more voluptuous than Kokoro, and her jinja in her Miko outfit, and she kind of reminds me of Mana. Ah. Yeah. What am I thinking? I shake my head to clear my thoughts. Kyoko is looking at me strangely.
どうしました？
Yeah, it's just that you're very attractive, so I had... He straight up says it out loud! So I had some naughty thoughts just now. She flushes me red and shrinks back.
つまりそれは、私を性的な目で見ていたということですか？
はい。
何を普通の顔でうなずいてるんですか？そういう時は何でもないとか紳士的に受け流すものですよ。
Oh, I see. Well then, it's nothing. But you already laid the damage there.
遅いです。今更です。
Man, this is difficult. I remember Kokoro reacting like this too when the topic of sex came up. It seems that here in the outside world, relationships between men and women aren't supposed to be discussed openly. I didn't mean any harm. I was just trying to compliment you when I said you were attractive. Although now it sounds creepy. She's looking at me reproachfully. Wow, that's hot. Yeah. Gomen. Gomen, that's like Kyoko. It looks like I finally managed to get Kyoko into a hug. Her pout is cute too, though. Hi?
私は魅力的だっけ？本当にそう思いますか？
Should I answer that question honestly?
やっぱりいいです。
She hurriedly takes back her question.
友達になれただけでもすごいことなのに、一日でその先までなんて。もう少し。
She mutters something to herself. Yeah, that's asking too much. Now it's evening, and I'm heading back to the Kisuden. Since Kyoko seems so knowledgeable, I had her teach me about shrines, temples, and religious culture. She also taught me about other special holidays like Christmas, Setsubun. Oh yeah, it was Setsubun the other day. Did you eat your ehomaki for that day? You better do it. Oh wait, it's already done. So, and Valentine's Day that occurs over the course of the year. Yeah, it was last Tuesday. Because I bought some ehomaki and ensured my fortune for the year's good. Well, spending my afternoon with Kyoko was very enlightening. I think Kyoko was a little amazed that I didn't know about holidays, but that's fine. I'm halfway back to the Kisuden when...
兄さん!
Kokoro? I found Kokoro waiting for me by the side of the road.
おかえりなさい。
Tadaima?
なんか心配で迎えに来ちゃった。
She spreads her arms like she did at school this afternoon. Guess I'll hug her. That's still the base answer. Oops. She's just as shocked at being hugged as she was at the first time.
なんでまた抱きついたの?
Well, I know you were surprised the first time, but you made the same pose again, so I thought you were ready to accept my hug now.
そうじゃないよ。これは歓迎しますってポーズなんだよ。
Yeah, I guess it does look welcoming.
兄さんだな。あんまり気軽に私以外の子に抱きついたりしちゃダメだからね。
She said other girls. Does that mean it's okay if I do it to her? Sometimes it's hard for me to understand what she's thinking. Oh well.
それより、京子さんとはどうだったの?
It was very useful. I learned a lot from her.
教わったって、幽霊のこととか?
She didn't seem very comfortable talking about that, so I didn't ask much on that topic. But I did learn about other things, like common knowledge about holidays and stuff.
あんなことした直後に一般常識とか言われても。
Now, まあ。ところで、心。みんなはクリスマス December 25th?
もちろん知ってるけど、クリスマスがどうしたの？
Kyoko was telling me that if you're a good boy or girl until Kurispasu, that there's a kindly spirit named Santa who'll give you a present. プレゼント。
そうだね。
お楽しみ。
兄さんが満面の笑顔だ。
Man, he's in for a bad time. I look at her in surprise. Why is she yelling? どうしたの？
兄さん、サンタさんは本当は、いえ、なんでもありません。
Why? Why did you not break the red pill? Why did you give it the red pill, man? Don't worry, Kokoro. I might not be able to make it, but I'm sure you'll be able to get a nice present for Santa. Apparently, Santa magically knows exactly what you want. Isn't that amazing?
言いづらい、言えない。これは京子さんも言えない。
I can't imagine why, but Kokoro looks very uneasy. まあいいや. I look up at the sunset sky. I think of Mana, who must be looking up at the same sky now, and speak to her in my heart. I mean, he still loves Mana, but I guess no, I guess their society is totally into the polygamy thing. I have a feeling they're into the polygamy thing. That would explain why he totally thinks about loving Mana while at the same time he's totally fine thinking about sex with other women. I mean, anyway, today was another fun day, Mana. I wish you were here with me. And then she shows up. Ooh, chapter 5. The next day. Wait, let me think this time. Actually, I need to cook some dinner, so I'll use this time to cook some dinner. I'm gonna do some save. I'm gonna save just in case something goes weird. I'll be right back after dinner. I'm gonna have to cook it. Okay, I am back. The next day.
行ってきまーす。
See you later. I forgot what. Anyway, see you later. We leave the house saying the same itakimasu. Okay, it's itakimasu. Okay. We leave the house saying the same goodbyes as yesterday. I've always wanted to be able to say ohayo, see you, and other phrases like that to people.
完全にただの習慣になっちゃってるけど、挨拶はいいよね。心がすっきりする。
And it makes you feel refreshed too, right? Wait, so I've been making a lot of those early clicks. Where's the... Okay, there you go. This is you.
ああ、兄さんもそういうこと言うくらい馴染んできちゃったね。完全にただの習慣になっちゃってるけど、挨拶はいいよね。心がすっきりするし。
Okay, this is where it really is. We don't know Japanese, so we're gonna just skip. You know, because your name means Kokoro and oh, okay.
はいはい。
We continue our small talk as we head to school.
あら、おはようございます。
As we pass the Byoin, we meet Hotaru.
ホタル、ココロ。
I always wondered how these two became friends. The two of them hug. I thought Kokoro didn't like hugs. Ohayo, Hotaru.
おはようございます。誠さん。ホタル、今日も私たちが来るの待ってたの？いえ、今日はたまたまですよ。家を出たところでお二人が歩いてくるのが見えたので。
Sounds like bullshit. Her polite smile turns into a smirk.
ま、親友として心の邪魔をして馬に蹴られるつもりはないからさ。邪魔って何のことかな？ 言っていいの？あ、ダメ。せっかくの青春時代なんだから素直におなりよ。
What's this? Are you playing a game?
なんでもないよ。なんでもかんでもめちゃくちゃにしちゃえばいいのに。ああ、どうしてホタルンはそう丁寧かつ過激なのかな。ラブ&バイオレンスですわ。
Oh, thanks for reminding me she's an Ajo. This one. No good at ego. I know that word love, but what does violence mean?
ところで誠さん、
Violence.
昨日の初投稿はどうでした？
Hotaru changes her moods, expression, and conversation topics so rapidly that she reminds me of a spinning top. It was fun. The actual classes were a complete disaster, but that was fun to experience too.
自分が無知であること、それを知ることができるのは幸せですね。それより兄さんには新しい友達ができたことの方が重要だよね。友人ですか？
Asakawa Koichi. Asahina Kyoko.
あら、朝比奈ってあの？
Hotaru seems to have heard the rumors about Kyoko too. Ohanashi? Obanashi? Anyway, I know about how she can see Yure, but if you talk to her, you'll find she's really just a normal girl. Well, no, I guess she's not that normal.
誠さんのことを知った後だと、今さら霊感程度って気もしますね。
More or less. Hotaru shoots me a pointed look, and I force a laugh.
兄さんのことって何の話？幽霊や妖怪は理解してても身近にはいないけど、ここまで世間知らずな人はもう近くにいるだけで特別な存在でしょ？ああ、サンタクロースと一緒だね。サンタクロース？
Yeah, on Christmas, that's December 25th.
いえ、サンタを知らないということではなく、兄さんは昨日京子さんに教えてもらうまでサンタのこと知らなかったんだよ。わお、本当ですか？
Wow. Yes, it is. Hotaru, what present do you want to get from Santa?
サンタからのプレゼントなんて期待していませんよ。さあ、行きましょ
Why not?
う。どうして？
She turns around and beams at us.
ホタルは悪い子ですもの。
Oh. I like she's still playing along though. We continue chatting as we walk, and before long we arrive at school. Then something occurs to me. Alright, getting back to Kyoko. I just remembered something.
なんです？
She said she wants to make friends, so Hotaru, would you become her friend too?
いいですよ。わ、即答だね。霊感少女の噂は聞いていましたが、今までお近づきになる機会がなかっただけですし、とても面白そうですから。
No problem. She definitely is a lot of fun.
まったく、二人とも友達は好奇心で作るものじゃないのに。相手に興味があるからこそ友人になりたいと思うのだよ、心。
Either way, Kokoro, you didn't hesitate either when I asked you to be Kyoko's friend yesterday.
あれ？
She seems to have forgotten.
心こそ自然とうなずいちゃってるんだから、気軽に連帯保証人のハンコとかをしちゃダメだよ。しないよ。行き倒れてる人とか気軽に拾っちゃダメだよ。
I hate this shit.
しないってば。
You did. Though you don't remember that anymore thanks to my Kotodama.
じゃあ誠さん、そういうことでお昼休みにでも京子さんと会えるように手配してください。
Huh? What arrangements?
勝手に友達になっても仕方ありません。顔を合わせてご本人にも挨拶しないと。
Good point. Of course, Kyoko has to be involved too. Okay, then I'll see both of you later. So, you'll be meeting her at lunchtime. Kyoko's eyes widen as I relay Hotaru's message from just 3 minutes ago. Should I repeat what I said?
いえ、そういうことではなく、聞こえていましたけど。つまり、私の知らないところでお友達が増えたと。
I guess that's one way of putting it. Oh, I forgot. Ohayou gozaimasu.
おはようございます。
She bows.
それより、水月さんでしたっけ？
Right.
同じ名字の別人でなければ、あの病院の娘さんですね。
Oh, so you know her. She knew about you too.
狭い町ですからね。年の近い子でそれが目立つとなれば、自然と名前や顔くらいはわかります。
I see. Soka. That's similar to how it was back in the village. I noticed a group of girls on the other side of the classroom looking our way and smiling and laughing. They look like they're having fun, but a shiver runs up my spine. What is this?
あまり気にしないでください。ごめんなさい。
Kyoko's smile fades a bit, and she lowers her voice. What's going on over there, I wonder? And actually, why are you apologizing, Kyoko? Maybe there's something funny about the way I look, or how I'm acting.
いえ、彼女たちが笑っているのは、私のせいだと思います。
You? Not me?
どうして自分だと思うんです？
Well, I can't think of anything humorous about you, so it must be me.
私にはいつもの光景です。もしも誠くんが気になるなら、教室で私と話すのはやめた方がいいと思いますよ。
She smiles apologetically and finally get it. Those girls aren't just laughing because they saw something funny. They're laughing at us out of malice. I've seen things like this happen in manga, but this is the first time I experienced it in real life. It's not a good feeling at all. Don't worry, it doesn't bother me.
はい。
She nods, but her smile is still uncertain. How can I make her feel at ease again? What kotodama would make this problem go away? I could make Kyoko stop paying any mind to people gossiping about her or staring at her. Or I could make those girls completely forget about Kyoko. I could make them leave town tomorrow and never return. Or I could just make them into my loyal servants. I could make them grovel before me, like what I did to that man who bumped into Kokoro the other day. Haha. Kyoko is surprised by my sudden outburst.
どうしたんですか？
Oh, it's nothing important. It really isn't. The question isn't what would make the problem go away. The question is, how will I solve the problem? And the answer is that it all depends on how I handle the situation. Maybe I should go up to the girls and talk to them. I can figure out what to do from there. Don't worry, Kyoko. I'll protect you. You're my tomodachi. I stand up.
みんなの笑顔と幸せを守ってあげて。
Suddenly, Hotaru's words echo in my mind. Minna. Minna. Well, that won't do. If I'm supposed to make everyone happy, that means Kyoko, that means me, but it also means those gossips. Kusa.
さっきから何をしてるんです？
I'm trying to figure out what to do. I hear a bell chime. Or rather, they just say chime. It's the signal that class is about to start and we're supposed to sit down.
じゃあ、昼休みに。
Mate. She quickly returns to her desk. The gossiping girls are still looking at me. I smile sheepishly at them. They titter.
何してるんだお前。
Koichi accosts me on the way to his desk. Man, human relationships are difficult.
いいから席に座ってろ。
I sit down obediently, as he had used a kotodama on me. Four hours later, morning classes are over, and it's lunchtime.
参りました。
Kyoko comes to my desk immediately. Good. You seem to be in a good mood.
はい。新しい友達を紹介していただけるって言われて、今日の授業はずっと上の空でした。
Neither was I. In my case, it's just because I had no idea what the teacher was talking about. I guess one day of cramming wasn't good enough to catch up with the class. Give me a minute. I'll try calling Kokoro. I take out my ketai and start dialing. Before I'm finished, I get a text. メール。
どこで会う？
はや。
妹さんからですか？
Yeah, she wants to know where we should meet. What do you think?
図書準備室はいかがでしょうか？
All four of us in that dusty little room?
そうですよね。では、中庭にしましょう。
Oh, there's a courtyard? I realize I still haven't gotten a tour of the campus yet. I fumble around with my message and manage to send off the simple message courtyard to Kokoro. Well, Sate, would you show me the way there?
はい。
After we exit the classroom, she takes us down the stairs. We walk out into the open space beyond the shoe racks and then head out back. Behind the school, there's a large space, surrounded on all four sides by buildings.
ここです。
That's a beautiful space. This isn't the wild beauty of the mountains. That's with greenery. This is a beauty created entirely by human hands.
はい。お昼にお弁当やパンを買って、ここで食べる人もいます。
Wait a
夏
second.
は暑いのでそこまで多くないですが。
Wait a second. Why does this background look familiar? Maybe a lot of VNs reference the same place because I've seen this background somewhere. Anyway. Yeah, since there's air conditioning in the classrooms. While we wait for Kokoro and Hotaru, I take my time to enjoy the scenery. I know there's three sides of this courtyard are bounded by the U-shaped school building. But what's that other building on the far side?
あれは礼拝堂です。日本の神様ではなく、キリスト教の神様を祀った場所ですね。
面白い. I didn't know there was something like that at school.
今はもう宗教色はほとんどありませんが、ここは昔はかなり厳格なミッション系の学園だったそうですね。
Missionary?
キリスト教に関わりのある方や組織が建てた学園ということです。
Is there a Shinto Jinja here too?
いえ、さすがにそれは。せっかくの本職でしょうし、巫女部など作ると今風な気はしますね。
I really like the surprise expression. Right? That's a really good expression. Kyoko jumps back in alarm. It's never easy to see you coming, Hotaru.
驚かすことが趣味だもんね。人聞きの悪い、驚かせるのではなく楽しませるのが趣味なだけです。お化け屋敷理論。
Hotaru's being her usual self, but Kyoko is staring at her in silence. I figured she might have some trouble with Hotaru's personality, but something is wrong. Kyoko is looking at Hotaru strangely. Hotaru notices Kyoko's stare and smiles at her.
はじめまして、京子さん。すでにお聞き及びだと思いますが、水無月蛍です。
Kyoko ignores Hotaru's self-introduction and looks over to Kokoro. Then she looks at me.
変なことを言ってるかもしれないですけど、水無月さんってここにいますよね。
Why is she asking this? Huh?
いますよ。そうですよね。こんなにはっきりしてるのに。
Huh? Oh. What? So she's some sort of ghost thing? What the? That would explain why she's able to ignore the Kotodama or something like that.
幽霊とでも思いました？
Hotaru still all smiles. So that's what's going on. Kyoko had said that sometimes she mistakes ghosts for humans, but it seems unusual that she mistake a human for a ghost. Well, what do I know? Kyoko's the only one who knows how her power works.
ごめんなさい。はじめまして、蛍ちゃん。謝る必要はありません。京子さんは先輩なんですから、風を吹かせてもらってもいいくらいですし。熱風ですか？ これ以上地球を温暖化されても困りますが。先輩風かな。吹かせていいんですか？
Kyoko, you can give people cold shoulders. Can you do mine? I'm feeling hot too. It took it literally.
兄さんボケなくていいから。
Huh? I feel like something's not clicking. Well, whatever. For now, I'll just let Kyoko and Hotaru get to know each other.
いや、二人とも喋ろうよ。
Kokoro, unable to stand the silence, speaks up. Ah, I see. This is this is a quip. What should we? What?
ごめんなさい。年下のこと話すのは苦手で。
Just so when he expresses it, she's like, what the hell? So, you're good at talking to people older than you.
すごく苦手です。
So, you're better at talking at younger people than...
誠さん、京子さん落ち込ませないでください。
ごめん。
まあ、ホタルは面白いので、あえて京子さんを見つめたまま黙っていたのですが。ひどい。ホタルの方がタチが悪いね。友達になるのであれば、他人行儀よりもありのままのホタルを見てもらう方がよろしいでしょ。つまり、自分との相性が悪いようなら友達になるのを断られてもいいってことだよね。なるほど。
That makes sense. Kyoko is so desperate to make friends that I didn't even consider she might turn Hotaru down. Though, come to think of it, Hotaru is actually weirder than Kyoko is.
でも相性が悪いなんてことありません。お友達になってください。その決断が後に悲劇を生むことになろうとは思いもしませんよね。自分で変なナレーション入れないの。とにかく京子さん、よろしくお願いしますね。はい、こっち。じゃあ
Oops.
ホタルは教室へ戻ります。一緒にお弁当を食べたりしないんですか？ホタル暑いの苦手ですし。そうですよね。わざわざ私なんかと外で汗をかきながらお弁当を食べたくないですよね。京子さん、そんなに自虐しなくていいですから。私はお弁当を持ってきてますし。
They don't have a cafeteria or something? Or is it... I don't know, man.
心ちゃん、いい子。
Oops, I didn't bring mine.
誠さんは白状ですね。
I just didn't think we would be eating out here, that's all. I sheepishly rubbed the back of my neck. Don't worry, I'll go grab it and be right back.
いえ、そんなお手間を取らせるようなことはできません。今日は私も教室に戻ります。
Oh, forget it. I'll just stay here. I laugh. I could just eat lunch after the 5th period.
お優しい。ホタルは戻るんじゃなかったの？ホタル、暑いのは好きですから。苦手って言ってませんでしたか？言いました。あれ？好きになる時と苦手になる時があるんです。今は好きなんだよね。
Kokoro smiles.
京子さん、ホタルの言うことはあんまり真剣に捉えなくていいですよ。でも信用してて大丈夫です。まあ、いい人だと思われそうになるとすぐに照れて変な態度を取るんだから。
Hotaru, why is it embarrassing when someone tries to make you look good?
そう真顔で言われるとそれこそ照れるんですけど。
Oh? Why is that?
おやめください。
She looks away and blushes.
誠くんのそういうところ困りますよね。
Is this my fault?
いいから心と京子さんもどこかに座ってお弁当食べてください。私も後でにします。私も。 ダーリンもお人よしなんですから。
Your face is still red, Hotaru.
言わなくていいです。
Oh, Shinami-ni. I stopped for my curiosity and look around at all three girls. And none of us is going to eat lunch. Can we go take a look inside the chapel while we're talking?
教会ですか？特に何もない普通の教会ですけど。
But I never seen a normal kyokai before.
コンビニも見たことなかったんだもんね。
Hey, I've gotten over that already, okay? I'm starting to get used to life in town.
海外で過ごすと1週間もあれば頭が切り替わって言葉がわかるようになるって言いますよね。
I'd like to go overseas someday. Anyway. Okay, let's go. I'm getting embarrassed by their teasing, so I use my kotodama to help us move on. Kokoro and Kyoko obediently start walking.
顔が赤いですよ。
Stop teasing me.
聞かない聞かない。
She smirks at me but starts walking too. So, this is the kyokai, huh? Centered against the back wall is the altar, and the rest of the space is filled with long benches. Despite it being noon, it's fairly dark and the air is almost cool.
どうですか？
She's smiling at me, waiting for my reaction. It's pretty to look at. I don't have much else to say at this point.
修学旅行で京都とかに行って有名なお寺を見た時に意外と普通すぎて感想に困る感じ。
That's an interesting spelling of Kyoto. This is the first time I've seen the spelling of Kyoto. Huh.
あ、わかるわかる。まあ祈りの場ですから神社も教会も無理な派手さはないですからね。
There's nobody here, and it's cool and quiet, and seems like a nicer place to eat lunch than out in the courtyard. I lay my hand in the back of one of the long benches.
ここは飲食禁止ですからね。昼休みに来る人はあまりいないと思います。入学した頃は珍しいし雰囲気もあるから何度か来たけど、放課後もほとんど人が来ませんよ。
No wonder this place is going to be plot relevant. Huh, I see. Wait, what? How would Hotaru know that people don't come here after school unless she comes here after school herself? Before I can ask her about it, though, the three girls jump to a different topic.
神様にお願いする時とかはやっぱり教会より神社に行くかな。初詣とか七五三はありますけど、クリスマスはもう宗教とは関係ない別のイベントだもんね。
Well, Japan's not a Christian country, so Christmas is like, you know, a lover's holiday for them, and KFC, but like, yeah.
そういえば京子さん、巫女さんとかやってるとクリスマスはどう過ごすんです？え、普通に大晦日と初詣の準備をしてます。さすがに皆さんクリスマスに神社には来ませんよ。
Why the spelling Hatsumode although has a U? I'm used to the Hatsumode spelling without the U. Anyway, there's even Kyoto had like an additional U for some reason. What are they doing anyway?
いっそ境内にもみの木を植えてイルミネーションでピカピカさせたらみんなクリスマスも神社に行くかも。
Oh yeah, in case you're not familiar with Hatsumode, it's you visit a shrine, a jinja during New Year's Eve. So, I mean New Year's Day, like midnight or like the day. You just go to the jinja in the New Year. Anyway.
きれい、行く。あ、そういえば神社ならご神木がありますよね。私も手伝う。いえ、やめましょう。やめて。
Kyoko looks distressed, but she's surprisingly direct in her dismissal of the idea. Oh hey, there are long benches. These long benches are hollow. The seat lifts up, and there's a storage space inside. Slam slam.
誠くん、遊んでないでお二人を止めてください。
Huh? Decorating the shrine for Christmas sounds like a cool idea to me.
神社をそういう方向に楽しくしちゃいけないんです。
Watching Kyoko get frustrated is fun.
楽しい。
Hotaru murmurs to me. I guess we agree.
ある意味ホタルンと京子さん相性がいいんだな。
I'm glad they seem to be getting along. It's nice to see Kyoko to be able to have a lively conversation with Kokoro and Hotaru. Kokoro, while we're at it, would you mind showing me some other places around the campus?
任せて。
After that, the three girls took me on a tour of the campus. We visited the gym, the fields, the tennis court, the pool, and more. They were all new to me, but the girls had seen them many times. Why does Hotaru look so disappointed or something? After a full circuit of the campus, we're back in the inner courtyard. So, on the south side are the front gates and the main entrance. The main building is H-shaped, and this courtyard and other facilities are clustered at the north. I reviewed back what I learned about the layout of the school.
そんな感じですね。暑い。
Oh, okay. I see.
気温よりもジメッとしてるのがね。
Kokoro flashed her skirt to let some air in. Lunchtime is almost over, so let's go back to our classrooms.
もうちょっと。なんでもない。
Hotaru sizes up Kokoro and looks pensive.
誠さん、放課後の予定は？空いていたら一緒に遊びましょうか。
I think I'm needed at the Kiseten.
兄さんと私、交代で店の手伝いをしたりするから、放課後は時間が空いづらいよね。その代わり、家族なら夜はずっと一緒じゃないですか。なんかエロい。
You just know.
エロ？そうです。そんなつもりで言ったわけじゃありませんよ。
Wait a second. Why did you? Those are the terrible reactions to that. You know. Kyoko, nobody's freaking out about what you said more than you are. Everyone calm down and go back to your classrooms. I clap my hands and Kokoro and Kyoko immediately turn around and walk away towards the school building. And there are some other students nearby, and they seem to have overheard my kotodama too. They also immediately turn around and walk away. That's a really large area of effect. Well, all except one, unfortunately. What am I going to do with you?
何度見ても怖い力ですね。
Hotaru, aren't you feeling hot out there? Don't you want to head back too?
一つだけ確認をしたら、
What is it?
心のことどうするんですか？
What do you mean?
あの子、誠さんのこと無意識に異性として気にしちゃってますよ。
Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking about earlier. That the reason why she has those sort of feelings with him in the first place isn't because she was automatically into incest or anything. I felt like she was already starting to like him anyway, but then she was already starting to like him before she got hypnotized. But you know, anyway, I don't know what to say. I know she's right, but Hotaru, you're the one who said I shouldn't lay a finger on Kokoro or Azuki-san.
言霊や力ずくで無理やりならってことですよ。自由意志の恋愛については止めません。
She looks towards the school building, which Kokoro and Kyoko have already entered.
兄弟にしたせいで、むしろ面倒なことになっている気もしますね。
You're right. It doesn't feel like we're normal siblings. Just checking, but siblings don't normally fall in love with each other, right? For all I know, maybe here in the outside world, sibling romance is common. So I'm guessing in his village, it's also something. Well, it kind of makes sense, you know. They're already like a dwindling village, so they have more reason to try to avoid incest because of the genetic thing rather than the social thing. But you know. But Hotaru's laughter rings out like a melodious wind chime.
あら、心を普通だなんて油断していたら大変ですよ。みんな蛍や京子さんをお菓子の子みたいに言いますけど、本当の危険というのは普通にこそ隠れているものです。 禁断の果実は美味しそうに甘く匂い立つものでしょ？
You mean like a sumomo? I sigh deeply. This conversation is getting philosophical, but there's one thing I know for sure. I'm hungry. Anyway. I return to my classroom, eat my lunch after fifth period as planned, and make it to the end of the school day. I head straight home and work my shift at the Kisuten. Once night falls, I close out the shop and have dinner with Kokoro and Azuki-san. My second day of school has gone pretty well, without any major problems. I take a hot bath and go to the living room on the second floor to relax for a while. The cool air from the air conditioner feels pleasant on my steaming skin, but I never really had to exert myself during the day today, so I guess relaxing after a bath doesn't feel as nice as usual. It seems odd to feel nostalgic for a hard day's work in the fields, but I'm worried that I might be getting out of shape from sitting in a chair most of the day. When I have some spare time, I should go hiking in the mountains or something. As I'm thinking to myself, Kokoro comes out of her room and sits down. Nani?
兄さん、この後の予定は？
She scoots up next to me like usual. I just took a bath. After I cool down here for a bit, I'll go back to my room and do some studying.
もう、さらりと勉強するとか言うと頭良さそう。
Hardly. I have to study because I have no idea what's going on in my classes.
慌てない慌てない。兄さんはいろいろあったんだから、ゆっくり追いつけばいいんだよ。
Thanks, Kokoro. Kokoro's smile always makes me better. Oh, the bathroom is free. If you want to take a oporo.
あ、うん。でも、私がお風呂から上がる頃には、兄さん部屋に戻っちゃってるかな。
I'll be here for a while.
1時間後は？
That's a pretty long bath. I chuckle. Okay, I guess I'll just study out here in the living room.
すぐ入ってくる。
She dashes off downstairs. One later, I'm engrossed in my textbook. Stuff like Ego and Math are hopeless. I need to find a much lower level textbook for those somewhere. For now, I'm reading my world history textbook from cover to cover. So many cool things have happened around the world. I know the textbook only covers a section of the particular important topics, but still I never knew about any of these things. How do people know about stuff that happened thousands of years ago? Was it passed down across generations through books? There are a lot of funny sounding foreign names in the textbook. I wonder if my kotodama would work on people who didn't speak Japanese. I'd like to test that out one day, though I doubt an opportunity will present itself anytime soon. I hear someone coming up the stairs and I shut my textbook. Kokoro wanders into the room, looking sleepy and yawning languidly. Wait a second. Her loungewear earlier looks more like a set of pajamas. And this one looks more like, well, of course, there's the, you just wear their t-shirt and what do you call those shorts? Anyway, whatever. Yeah, I don't know, man. Anyway, never mind. Why am I commenting on this? Welcome back.
ただいま。いいお湯だった。
Today, you'll sleep well, and you'll have sweet dreams.
そうだね。
I don't know how effective those kotodama are, but they can't hurt. She comes and sits down next to me again. She smells nice. I like how every time he describes he smells a girl, that's automatically he starts getting horny thoughts for some reason. So he's one of those guys who gets horny from the scent of a woman. I'm more conscious of her as a girl than usual, thanks to what I've learned about her romantic tendencies from Hotaru this afternoon. But at the same time, it just feels nice to hang out with my imoto. My kawaii no imoto. Siblings are a good deal closer than mere friends or acquaintances. They trust each other absolutely. Even when they're at home, they still have each other nearby. They can share laughter, happiness, and warmth with each other. I guess that's what it means to be Kazugu. Just happened to be in a. He just happened to join a family that's like good natured.
Huh?
I was just thinking how nice it is to have a Kazugu you're close with. You were saying the same thing the other day. Hmm? I thought she was going to grin happily in response, but for some reason her smile looks a little bittersweet. Doshita?
ちょっと最近、家族は家族で困るなって思うようなことがあって。
What happened?
秘密。兄さんは何でも質問しすぎだよ。
Oh, okay. Her love for him as a man. It's just a habit, I guess. Okay then. Why don't you ask me some questions, Kokoro?
私から？
Since I'm hiding my real identity at first, I didn't want people asking too many questions. But now I've been going to school for a couple of days. I feel more confident chatting about everyday topics.
じゃあね、兄さんは何でも美味しいって言うけど、一番好きな食べ物は？
So far, I have to say hotcake. What about you?
私はチーズケーキ。
We both chose desserts, not proper meals.
でもうちのケーキはお母さんの手作りだから。
I'll have to learn how to make it one of these days.
楽しみにしてる。じゃあ、嫌いな食べ物は？
Carrots, I think.
あ、人参がダメなの？
Ninjin. Oh yeah.
人参の入った料理も食べてなかった？
It's not that I can't eat them. It's just I'm not really a fan of that better half sweet taste.
子供みたい。
Well, what about you then? You must have something you don't like to eat.
言わない。今は私が質問する番だし、兄さんに教えたら絶対に料理に入れるもん。
I wouldn't do that.
絶対？
I swear.
兄さんはやっぱり、京子さんのことが好き？
Where the hell did this go? Oh my god. Suddenly she just interjects that, man. She's so worried. She's so worried, man. Huh? She changes the subject so quickly that I don't even understand what she's talking about at first. She keeps looking at me and waiting for me to answer. Yeah, I like her.
友達としてだけじゃなくて、女の子として好きかってことなんだけど、誤解してる？
Yeah, I like her as a girl too.
そうなんだ。
Oh no, she's already into yard. Holy shit. Oh, and I like Hotaru too.
そうじゃなくて。
You don't have to get so worked up. You're acting kind of like Kyoko now.
兄さんはもうちょっと焦ってください。
Okay. I'm not sure why she suddenly got mad at me, but I guess I should disagree with her.
確かに恋愛対象かって質問だったけど、そういう時は普通、心に決めた子を一人だけを選ぶの。
One girl.
そう。一番好きな子は誰って意味なの？
She's looking at me very seriously now. Which girl do I like the most? I like Kyoko and Hotaru and Kokoro, Azuki-san, and... Wait, why did you bring up a dude? And of course there's Mana. Kyoshi, and of course there's Mana. I'm like, why did you bring up a dude? But that's not what Kokoro's asking. I don't want to lie to her. Kokoro.
何？
I know, no, I mean you. You're the girl I like the most. Oh shit. Oh shit. She looks at me at a loss for words. Although this is a manufactured sibling relationship, but I already feel the taboo aspect getting in, despite not obviously not being blood related, but you know what I mean. I just got out of Tsukihime, so you. Oh, but I guess that we're brother and sister, right? Oh, man, don't bring this up, man. Now, even I'm starting to get a little nervous. And look at her eyes. Look at her when he repeated, he said that. And look at her eyes. She felt disappointed. She feels upset. Kokoro is blushing slightly.
うん。ずっと離れて暮らしていたから、つい異性を意識しちゃうよね。
Yeah, so much for the Western mark effect. This is like I was about to say Yasugana Sora because they recently had their birthday, the Kasugano twins. But anyway. Now that's one of the greatest stories of anyway.
でも、兄さんの一番なら、嬉しい。
She smiles. It might be the happiest smile I've ever seen on her face. I realized that her perception of me might be starting to slip back into its original mode. I used a very strong kotodama to make her think I was her Nisan, but every kotodama eventually starts to fade. Maybe it's time I reapplied it. You and I are brother and sister. You know what? Even if you say that, I don't think it's going to affect her love for you, man. Even though it's just a refresh, this kotodama is stronger than any I've used in the last couple of days. I feel something heavy settle in my chest, and I know that kotodama has taken effect.
兄さん、
Nani?
兄さん、彼女が欲しい？
I don't think the kotodama did anything at all. Because she's willing to cross the line in her brain. That's how she doesn't even care. Like, you know? I can't help but laugh. As usual, I'm not sure how exactly the kotodama affected her thoughts, but I guess it got her back on topic. I do want a kanojo.
今すぐ？
I'm not obsessed with having a girlfriend or anything. I just think it would be nice to have one.
そう思ってるなら、すぐにできちゃうかも。
Damn, man! I feel the tension here, man. Damn. Oh, man. Oh?
優しいだけならいろいろな人がいるけど、兄さんは妙に気になる感じがして、モテるんじゃないかなって。
Use our solvencer for a reason. Really?
モテると思うよ。変なところで自分の欲望にストレートだし。
I see. In that case, since I've settled down a little bit now, maybe I'll try to ask a girl out one of these days.
いや、
Yeah? What do you mean? Before I can finish my question, something covers my face. It's blocking out the light and I can't see. But I can feel the heat and moisture of a human body close to my skin. Before I can realize what's happening, something soft touches my lips. They don't have a special CG for that. I wish they did. Because I was really feeling it. Finally, I realized I'm being kissed. But it's nothing like the cold kisses Kamana would give me. This one is warm and hot. I'm still trying to figure out how to react when Kokoro pulls away from me. Her face is still close enough for me to see the passion in her eyes, and tears welling in them.
兄さん。
She calls to me. Without thinking, I reach up to pull her back to me, as I kiss her in return. She's surprised at first, but quickly accepts my embrace, as nothing more than a simple touching of lips. What is the true expression of love we share? We hug each other tighter. After more than 10 seconds, Kokoro pulls away a second time, perhaps finding it hard to breathe. Kokoro. Suddenly, an expression of fear flashes across her face.
ごめんなさい。
Kokoro. She shrinks back. I feel relieved and disappointed at the same time.
ごめんなさい。兄さん。兄さんなのに私。
She trails off, then whips around and escapes into her room. Silence reigns in the living room. Eyes set frozen on the couch. My body can't move, but my mind is racing. What just happened? Did I somehow say the wrong kotodama? Did I tell her to fall in love with me or something? I'll admit that the possibility of doing something like that has crossed my mind. No. I'm sure just now my kotodama about us being brother and sister was about being brother and sister, and she kept calling me Nissan the whole time too. But if that's the case, then why would she... I absently run a finger across my lips. A kiss between siblings. The tender beginning of a forbidden romance. Could it be that that's exactly what Kokoro wants? By the way, not gonna lie, the execution of that was really good. I like how sudden it is, and that was a good scene execution. Not gonna lie. I really felt that scene. But anyway, I really wish there was a special CG there, but maybe we'll find out later why it didn't happen. But I felt the emotion of that scene. That was good. That was a really good scene. Anyway, the next morning, I just finished making breakfast with Azuki-san. Well, Okasan now. When she looks up at the ceiling in surprise.
珍しいわね。心がまだ降りてこない。
Now that you mention it, usually Kokoro wakes up even before Azuki-san. Even when she sleeps in, she at least comes down before breakfast is served.
ごそごそ音はするから起きてるみたいだけど、風邪かしら。
What makes you think that?
ただの寝坊の時もあるけど、起きるのが遅い時は体調が悪いことが多いわね。
That's not good.
体が弱いのがうちの家系全員の問題ね。
I'm glad yeah, you're right. I forgot. I'm supposed to be sickly too. In fact, I'm so sickly I spent my whole childhood in a byoin. I finally hear footsteps on the stairs.
おはようございます。おはよう。って心、顔が赤いけど風邪？そんなことないよ。私元気いっぱいいっぱいだよ。まあ無駄に元気そうね。いつもは部屋着なのに今日は制服にまで着替えちゃってるし。なんか今日は早起きしちゃって。その割に1階に降りてくるのが遅かったわね。
Trying her best to look good.
ちょっと。
Her drifting gaze lands on me. Ohayo, Kokoro. She jumps. All I did was say Ohayo gozaimasu.
兄さん。
I get it. She must still be hung up on the kiss we shared last night. It bothers me too, but at the same time, I feel a kind of satisfaction that we slightly crossed the line. Not only is he a M, but he is also now. And to me, the positive honesty outweighs the negative.
ん？
Azuki-san observes the two of us carefully.
ははーん。何？お母さん。あなたたち、なんだか様子がおかしいけど、あれね。
I don't know what you mean. My pulse quickens as she looks at us meaningfully.
ついに、ね。喧嘩したんでしょ。え？
Huh?
お母さんに隠し事はできないわよ。最初から仲がいいと、しばらくはこの人のここは好き、これが私と同じって感じで、さらに距離が近くなるんだけど、そのうち ここが嫌い、これは自分と違うって反発が起きるものなの。でも安心しなさい。本当の絆はその山を越えた先にあるものだから。別に喧嘩したわけじゃないよ。そうなの？じゃあ何なの？
I like her reaction. Her voice acting is really good. Kokoro just had to put her foot in it. Oh well, there's no way Asagi-san could guess the real reason for the awkwardness. That Kokoro and I had kissed each other last night.
いいな。とにかくご飯食べよう。変な子ね。反抗期かしら。
Mumbling to herself, Asagi-san leaves, or has headed for the bathroom. It's just the two of us now. No. Well, anyway, breakfast is ready, Kokoro. Do you want to eat?
いただきます。
But she doesn't sit down at the table. Instead, she just looks into my eyes and fidgets. And this has gotten kind of complicated.
昨日の
Huh?
あれは夢じゃないよね。
What thing yesterday?
どれってどれだろう。 昨日の夜はドキドキして寝つけないと思ったのに、ぐっすり寝ていっぱい夢を見ちゃって。
Oh, that kotodama was still took into effect. Now that makes me think what kind of dreams she had. I see. Soka. That must be because of my kotodama, telling her to sleep well and have sweet dreams. But if she has sweet dreams, why is she so frazzled this morning? Kinda makes you think what kind of sweet dreams those are.
それでなんか兄さんが夢に出てきて、もうどこからどこまでが夢だったのかわからなくて。
I was in your yume? Huh. Is that Kokoro's idea of a sweet dream? When it showed up in your dreams, what was I doing exactly?
そんなことはいいの。
You just know. She raises her voice again. She's so kawaii.
それより昨日のあれはちょっと眠かったり雰囲気に流されてついしてしまったことで。でも別に誰とでもキスしちゃうわけじゃないし、というかキスとかワンちゃんとか猫ちゃんとしかしたことないし、あれ初めてだったし、ちょっと一晩経てばどうにかなるんじゃないかなって、どうにもならないのに考えて。
I like this. I really like this. It's so good.
私
Her confusion grows faster and faster until she explodes in wordless shout. Anyway, I want to check, but I'm your Nissan, right, Kokoro? I want to make sure I didn't screw up the kotodama yesterday.
そう、兄弟なのに、あれは
Maybe you were just messing around, or maybe you just wanted to see what it was like.
違うよ。
Still blushing fiercely and almost in tears, she denies me fiercely.
私遊びでキスとかしないし、兄さんのこと好き。好き。
You know, something about this whole sequence is me making my chair clatter.
兄弟としてなのに好き。
She's still in a tizzy, but there was one thing she was sure of, and she didn't hesitate to say it.
だから兄弟だからそういう告白とかじゃないんだけど、気持ちは本当。
Thank you. Arigato, Kokoro. I couldn't think of what else to say. So, I guess you're not going to tell me to forget the kiss ever happened.
忘れないで。でもあんまり何回も思い出さないで。
That sounds hard. I laugh. Which is it? But I understand. I won't forget. but I'll try not to remember it too often.
それでいいよ。
Come on, let's have breakfast. She tries to come to the table, but keep her distance from me at the same time, making her kind of shuffle sideways. What an adorable imoto I have. What am I going to do with her? Things that Nissan should do to their imotos, that's what. I let out a small sigh. And as the breath escapes my lips, a smile rises to my mouth. I had to pause. I had to refill my humidifier. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. After breakfast, it's back to school again for another day of fun.
まさか初恋の相手がよりにもよって兄さんになるなんて。
She had got quiet in front of Azuki-san, but now that we're out of the house, her freakout has resumed. Should I pretend I can't hear you talk to yourself?
その気遣いを口にした時点で気遣いそのものが無意味になってるよね。
Oh,
なるほどじゃないよ。兄さんはいつも澄ました顔してるけど、初めてのキスとかはもっとこう。昨日のあれは結構雰囲気良かったかも。
I can't tell whether you're happy or worried about the whole thing.
どっちもなの？
Okay, okay. I'm trying to take her seriously, but it's hard not to smile at her reactions.
兄さんはなんでそんなに冷静でいられるの？
I'm not that calm. I'm happy and worried at the same time, just like you.
そうなの？
Yeah, I would love to kiss a cute girl.
兄さんの隠れ肉食、隠れド S、スマシ顔スケベ。笑わないで。
She's pounding at my arm with her fist now, but her blows lack strength, which just makes her even cuter.
ダメだよ。こんなドキドキしてたら、ホタルンと会った瞬間に何を言われるかわからないのに。
Yeah, I bet she found out the truth pretty quickly.
あの手この手でね。
Kokoro looks even flustered at the thought. But I'm not worried, given what Hotaru knows about me and Kokoro. We don't have anything to fear from her. Kokoro, you're so shy and embarrassed. Why don't you just keep some distance away from me? I realize that despite what she's been saying, she's stayed pretty close to me, within striking distance after all. If you make any more weird noises, you might turn into a wild boar.
そこでイノシシって表現が出てくる方が変だよ。
Are boars unusual out here? Back in the village, we used to eat boar, deer, and rabbit meat all the time. Anyway, if you want to calm down before we reach school, I think we should walk some distance apart.
ここでいいの。兄さんの隣は私の場所なの。
Nice. I see. Yeah.
何がなるほどなの？
Naruhoda. I'm just happy that you chose my arm to claim. Or I accidentally clicked that. It's a nice feeling to have Kokoro by my side. She looks up at me, speechless. What's wrong?
兄さんが余計に恥ずかしくなることを言ってるの。
Gomen. Once again, I can't help but laugh. If she's embarrassed about what I said, that probably means she's actually happy about that. About it inside. So I'm glad I said it. I'm glad I'm here with her. Today we reached school without meeting Hotaru along the way. Of course, we stopped talking about last night's kiss as we got closer to school and more students were around. I separate from Kokoro and head to my classroom.
Yo!
Koichi catches sight of me and comes to greet me. There, Koichi.
なんか朝からいいことでもあったのか？
Yeah, though I can't tell you about it. How did you know?
言えないならごまかせよ。顔がにやけてるぞ。
Huh? I touched my mouth to check, but it seems to be in its usual position. Was I really smiling?
わかりづらいけど、表情じゃなくて雰囲気もあるんだよ。
Wow, you're pretty amazing to know all that.
こんな普通なことで感動してるお前が悪い意味ですげえよ。
He flashes a grin that walks off to talk to another student. Since I didn't deny that something good happened to me, he could have pried further, but he didn't, because I said I couldn't tell him about it. What a nice guy. I hope one day I can be as understanding and considerate of others as Koichi is. I hang my school bag on the hook on the side of my desk.
誠くん、おはようございます。
Ohayo, Kyoko.
何かいいことでもありましたか？
I raise my hand to my face to check again. No, still no smile there. Kyoko,
はい。
don't bother about me. Go and sit at your desk.
はい。
She turns around and goes back to her desk. Jeez. I sit down too, and then I put my elbows on the desk and hold my chin in my upturned palms. I use the position to stretch my cheeks out of shape, just to make sure nobody else comes and starts telling me I'm smiling. I was expecting the school day to go by uneventfully, but something happens at lunchtime.
誠さん！誠さん！
Of course, Hotaru. Soon after the bell rings, Hotaru bursts into the classroom and runs up to my desk.
なんか心の様子が変なんだけど、何したの？何したの？何したの？
お？
お？
Koichi, who's standing nearby, turns around and stares at Hotaru. Do you two know each other?
でも、光一先輩のことは知ってる。
こっちもな。蛍ちゃんと心ちゃんはまあ1年生じゃ目立つコンビだし。
Alright, then there's no need to introduce you.
そんなことより、心に何をしましたの？
Why are you so excited, Hotaru?
だって、心のあの反応を考えれば、明らかにいろいろとやっちまったぜみたいな。
Hang on one second. I stop her hurriedly.
なんです？
Yeah. Unsurprisingly, not just Koichi, but everyone in the classroom is staring at us, wondering what's happening. The classroom is suddenly very quiet. They're all listening in. This isn't good. For the next 1 hour, you won't notice Hotaru and me. I say the kotodama loud enough for everyone in the class to hear.
あれ？
Hotaru and Koichi are both surprised, but for different reasons.
俺何してたんだっけ？
Koichi looks around in confusion, then leaves to do something else. Everyone else in the classroom forgets about us, too, and suddenly the room is abuzz with voices again.
今のも言霊ですか？
Yeah, we used to use that one as a prank when we were kids.
すげー！透明人間になったみたい。
She waves her hand in front of a nearby student's face, and there's no reaction. Better than invisible, they won't notice us even if they bump into us. We're not just inaudible or invisible, we're fully unnoticeable. In fact, the kotodama prevents its targets from even thinking about us.
相変わらずひどい力ですね。エロいことし放題じゃないですか。
You're now putting ideas to this guy. Alright, let's see.
心の話ですよ。何ごまかそうとしてるんですか。しかも下手すぎ。
Kokoro, what's up with her? I rest my chin in my palms again, just in case my face is giving something away.
どうかしたというより、どうにかしてしまったって感じですけど。授業中もぼんやりしていたかと思えば、急に頭を抱えて真っ赤な顔でうろたえたり。
Man, that's so bad. I mean, I totally understand, but like...
いくら聞き出そうとしても答えなかったですけど。
So, that's why you came to me then.
で、ついにやってしまいましたか？
Do what?
男と女が一つ屋根の下でやることなんて決まってるじゃないですか。
Wait, he's really trying hard to play dumb.
チェスでキングがクイーンに乗っかるような行為のことです。
You must be referring, of course, to the most ancient and sacred communication between man and woman.
日本語って綺麗ですよね。
Don't worry, we didn't go that far.
じゃあ、どこまで押したんです？
Man, seriously, why doesn't my kotodama work on you? Normally, I'd be able to get out of this with a few words, like I did with Kyoko this morning, but not this time. Fine, you probably already guessed this, but we kiss.
我慢できませんでしたか。
Well, Kokoro couldn't. She's the one who kissed me first.
心が。
So, she knew. Well, if you already figured it out, why come and ask me about it?
心は散々いじって満足したので、誠さんの方がどんな感じになってるのかを見に来ただけです。
This is truly an utterly wordless reason.
詳しく。
I don't wanna.
何照れてるんですか。ちゃっちゃと聞いてる方が真顔になるようなのろけ解説をしなさいよ。
I'm not going to do that.
おお、叫んだ叫んだ。言霊に頼りすぎてるから聞かない相手の対処ができないんですよ。
Grinning, she steps over and pets my head. Come on, you don't have to laugh at me that much.
十分に遊びましたから、今からちゃんと相談に乗りますよ。
What should I do, Hotaru?
自分で決めてください。
That's what I thought. What an asshole advice.
というか、誠さんの心のことが好きなら、さっさと言霊を使って妹じゃなくせばいいのに。
Well, I guess I could, but
歯切れがよろしくないですね。
she looks exasperated.
言霊を解除したら、それはもう今まで記憶をいじっていたことがバレるでしょうけど、でもそれもまた言霊でどうにかできてしまうのでしょ。
That's true. One of the strengths of Kotodama is that when problems start piling up, you can always overturn the whole mess with another Kotodama. And Hotaru's right. I could do exactly what she suggests.
気の抜けた返事ですね。
Well, the truth is, I just like the feeling of being in a family, you know? I sigh as I'm forced to admit it. Being a part of the Oribe family feels like being wrapped up in a thick, warm blanket on a cold winter's day. As an Oribe, I automatically have a place in the community. I hesitate to throw it all that away by canceling the Kotodama. Still, the foundation of family bonds is honesty. I've conveniently rewritten Kokoro and Azuki-san's memories, but it'll never feel quite right to me since I know it's based on a lie. Actually, maybe I could rewrite my own memories?
失礼しました。
What are you suddenly apologizing for?
誠さんの境遇を失念していました。そういえば、幼い頃にご両親が亡くなられていると言っていましたね。その点については、茶化してしまったことを謝罪します。
Oh, that's fine. I'm not angry. It's not like I expected or deserved to be suddenly blessed with a family like this.
しばらくは様子見ですか。
Yeah, so far being brother and sister hasn't really stopped us from growing closer anyway. I'm sure that before long, we'll move beyond kisses too.
ある意味で、ココロンと本当の兄弟みたいですね。
I won't deny that it appeals to me. Despite venturing into a more romantic relationship with Kokoro, I still want to have her as my kawaii imoto at the same time. Hotaru breaks eye contact and looks away. She scans the room. Naturally, nobody's paying attention to us. Hmm? What is it?
一つ、真剣な質問を思いついたんですけど、
If it's about me and Kokoro kissing, sorry, but I'm not done. I'm done talking about that. I feel this is getting awkward, but Hotaru just smiles at me.
答える必要はありません。むしろ、口は閉じていてください。
Hmm? I cock my head to the side in puzzlement, but I do as she asks. She tilts her head too, mimicking my motion, and smiles as she reaches towards me. Her hand covers the upper part of my face. Hotaru, what are you? Oh my god. This one gets a special CG. It's obvious why, but like, damn. This one gets a special CG. Kokoro doesn't even get one. I'm trying to remember a question, but before I can complete it, I feel something hot on my lips. Something much like what I felt last night. One major difference being, of course, that now I'm surrounded by a classroom full of people. But all at the same time, the noise of the crowd fades into the distance. All my senses recede as my brain focuses entirely on the kiss. My lips and hers, my skin and mine. The sound of her reverberates into me at the contact. It's not like Mana's cool touch, nor is it like Kokoro's warm embrace. Hotaru's kiss is transparent, diaphanous. I don't even know what that means. Give me a second. Light, delicate, translucent. Kind of like a ghost or something like that. Considering what Kyoko mentioned. Anyway. And in a moment, it's over. Hotaru pulls away and removes her hand, and I can see again.
周りに人がいっぱいだと気づかれないって分かっててもすごくドキドキしますね。
Speechless in my surprise, I look at her, asking, どうして? with my eyes.
初めてのキスってどんな感じですかって質問しようと思ってたんですけど、答えないって言われちゃったから、実地で。これ、ココロンと間接キスになっちゃったのかな。でも、ココロンがホタルに秘密を作ったせいだし、ホタルも一つくらい本当に言えない秘密を持ってもいいですよね。まあいいや、ボンボヤージュです。
It literally says bon voyage. Hotaru leaves the classroom and uttering some kind of parting curse, question mark, and then left at my desk still in shock. Did I just witness Hotaru being bashful? The kiss surprised me, but just like with Kokoro, it's not a bad feeling. I guess Hotaru was curious about what kissing was like, and that was just a convenient test subject that happened to be in the right place at the right time. 2 days in a row, huh? My cat eye buzzes. When it vibrates once, that means it's a mailer, I think.
ありがとう。
Huh? It's from Hotaru. But what is she thanking me for? Maybe she meant to say gomen. I'm not sure whether I should be happy or confused. I sure wish I could clear my mind by making small talk with someone. But for the whole rest of lunchtime, nobody pays me any attention. I mean, I obviously know why she gets the special CG while Kokoro gets not. What? Okay. Yeah. But I don't know. Both scenes were good, but I felt like Kokoro's really has better execution because or maybe because it's the effect that the two already had kiss before. I mean, the fact that you just came off from like Kokoro having kiss, and then the following day, you had like a very well executed scene just a couple of minutes before, and then you have that. So I guess maybe that was why probably Kokoro's scene was fine even without like a special CG on it, because the execution was good on itself. But like with Hotaru, they needed a special CG. Anyway, I still think it's also a good scene, but like, the effects already diminish. Anyway, for the rest of the day, nothing special happened. After school ended, I went straight home. Today, I'm on duty at the Kisuden. Not like there are any customers though. There's nothing to do. Azuki-san had already gone on break and is resting in her room in the back.
まあまあ、紅茶の入れ方とかを練習するいい機会だよ。
I expected Kokoro would go out somewhere after we walked back from school together, but she's still here. Uh-huh. You're just thirsty, that's all.
そんなことないけど、アップルティーとか練習しがいがあると思うよ。
Yes, ma'am. Coming right up. I guess there was a customer after all. Sorta.
紅茶は葉っぱのままでもいい匂いがするね。
Oh, by the way, Okasa put aside some cheesecake for us to snack on. You'll want to have it with your tea.
やったー、紅茶とケーキ。
I love seeing her so happy. Your gocha and keiki, ma'am. Please enjoy. Go ゆっ
ホ
くり。
タルも言ってたけど、たった数日で慣れたね。
This is nothing compared to school. I'll take a job like this over studying any day. At least here, I get to move my body a bit.
お店の店員さんでいるなら、あんまり学園の勉強は関係ないだろうし、身が入らないのかもね。
Huh?
何かあった？
Career? I haven't really thought about my future or what I'll do when I graduate from school. If I decide to stay in this town, I guess one choice is to remain a part of the Oribe family and help run the Kisuden. But
どうしたの？急に黙っちゃって。
yeah, I was just thinking how scary the future is.
怖い？
Yeah, not just the future, but GU in general.
行きなさい。
After years of hearing their voice, I finally left the village and obtained my GU. Yet one short week later, I'm already tempted to settle down in one place again. It's ironic. Kokoro said that I can do anything I want, but at the end of the day, that only applies to situations involving other people I can talk to. I can only choose one future, the one where I stay here, and the one where I move on and continue my travels. And as Kokoro said, I can only choose one girl to fall in love with. Am I happy where I am now, or are there even happier lives that await me somewhere out there? Having the right to choose my own destiny is the frightening consequence of being free. And being confined to a single path is the comforting nature of being unfree. Well, there's not much point in thinking about it. I can smell the refreshing apple aroma wafting over from Kokoro's kocha. In the end, all I can do is keep moving forward. When was the last time I heard a line about freedom and then I'll just keep moving forward until all my enemies are destroyed? Anyway,
どうしたの？
or rather, 80% of my enemies are destroyed. Kokoro seems worried. You mentioned me having a career as a waiter, but what about you, Kokoro? What are you going to be?
え、私こそお母さんを手伝ってお店を継ぐと思ってたんだけど。
So, Ma's clothes are going to be passed down to you one day.
継承ってメイド服相手にすごい言葉だね。
Aren't those clothes the mark of a person of high social status?
まあ兄さんがそう思うならそれでもいいのかな。
Anyway, if I take over the casino instead, you'll be free to go wherever you want, Kokoro.
私はずっと兄さんの隣にいるから。
She suddenly raises her voice.
お母さんともだけど。
It's okay, I know what you mean. I can tell that she loves her Kazuku. I was only asking out of idle curiosity. You don't have to think about it too hard.
うん。でもそういうことも真面目に考えなきゃいけないんだよね。そろそろ。
She sighs. I should talk about something else. I got the casino under control for today, so after you finish your keiki, why don't you go out and have fun somewhere? I thought going out might lift her spirits, but she sighs again.
いや、今日はダメ。なんか学園でもみんなにぼんやりしてるとか表情がおかしいとか言われちゃって。
Me too.
兄さんも？
Koichi and Kyoko both asked if something nice had happened to me.
キスしちゃったもんね。
She keeps her voice down, glancing at the back of the house where Azuki-san is resting.
キス。
The music stops. She leans across the counter, her keiki and kocha still untouched. I lean forward too. Kokoro lets out a small moan. Unable to hold the unnatural position for long, we pull apart and regain our footing, but I can tell we both want more. I suddenly realized I just kissed Kokoro with the same lips I kissed Hotaru with only a few hours ago. Kokoro looks almost feverish.
兄さん。
It's hard to tell whether she meant to call my name or whether it slipped out unbidden. But I respond to her with a quiet but passionate gaze. She stands on tiptoe once again. Oh shit. But suddenly the front door of the Kisatan swings open. Kokoro yells and jumps into the air. The woman who just entered stares at us in surprise. Oops. Irashai? Don't mind what you just saw. Please take a seat and have a look over the menu. I'll be with you shortly. The woman looks away from us, wanders over to a seat, sits down, and starts perusing the menu. I start pouring a glass of cold water.
びっくりした。ただでさえドキドキだった心臓がどんどこして止まるかと思ったわ。
Would you like to drink your apple tea while you calm down?
兄さん、結構余裕だね。
I better not mention that I'm already used to kissing, and more because of mana. Even if I wasn't, I think my attitude towards sexuality is kind of different from people out here. Yeah, he's so used to it, and they're much more outspoken about it. Nah, it just doesn't show on my face, that's all.
羨ましい。
I wish I could show my emotions properly like you do, Kokoro. Well, I had to attend to the woman who just came in. Talk to you later.
はーい。
As I walk out onto the Kisatan floor, I hear Kokoro mumble to herself.
変なところで邪魔が入っちゃった。
Now I think I know how to interpret Kokoro's recent behavior. When someone has their first sexual experience, be it a kiss or whatever else, they often become obsessed with it and can't stop thinking about doing it again. I'm sure no one experiences this in the same way, and some people might not at all. But I remember it happening to me, though the memory is a bit embarrassing. As it turned out, it wouldn't be long before my theory was confirmed. Are we entering an issue soon?
うん。
All right, here we go. At night, when Kokoro and I met in the second floor living room, she quietly snuggled herself into my arms. And I was happy to let her do so. We're in the calmer route, by the way. I draw her in by the shoulder as she kissed me. It's been a long time since I felt this warm. The softness of a woman's skin against mine. Her gentle scent, not subtly or accident, but by mutual consent. And more, Kokoro's warm body in my arms feels nice in this air-conditioned room.
なんかキスが挨拶みたいになっちゃってる。
She murmurs to me, close enough that I can feel the heat of her breath. I try to reassure her. That's okay. It's a nice feeling.
うん。
As I stroke her head, I kiss her more. My lips move to check her cheek, her neck, then her ear as I brush her hair aside. Her eyebrows twist as she tries not to let the sounds escape from her mouth.
声が出ちゃう。お母さんに聞こえちゃう。
It's alright. I lean into her cheek again, but I look into her eyes, unsure why she's laughing.
こういう時声が出ちゃうとか本当に言っちゃうものなんだね。
Is that strange?
なんだろう。友達の話とか雑誌で聞いたり見たりはするんだけど。
Well, surely. Who knew that there were books that had explained how to kiss? As I think about it, I unconsciously move my hands down from Kokoro's shoulder to her chest.
ダメ。
Before I can start fondling her, she pushes me away.
びっくりした。
This guy is so used to that. I mean, of course, he went to that kind of level, but to obviously for Kokoro, you know, that's too fast. What's wrong?
どうしたのって、だって、胸はまだダメ。まだじゃなくてダメ。
When can I do it? I'm still confused. She seems to be protesting, but she's not pulling away from me. It seems like she's still in the mood. Kokoro, you want to feel good, don't you?
そのまま聞いてくるん
Of course I am.
だ。だって、体まで触られて、歯止めが効かなくなったら。
Lose control.
だって、ここ2階で、誰の目もないから、一線を越えたら、毎日兄さんとただれた関係に。私、何考えてるの？ダメなんだよ。
Lose control. She's talking a mile a minute ago, but I'm still hung up on what she said a moment ago. I don't get it. So, you don't want me to touch you, but it's okay if we kiss.
キスもよくはない。
We shouldn't? But you kissed me just now.
私に何を言わせたいの？
I'm just trying to understand.
とにかくダメ。キスはいいけど、おっぱいはダメ。
Okay. I see. Well, I wish I could, but if she doesn't want me to, then I'll just have to restrain myself for now. I pull away from her.
どうしたの？
Don't be so surprised. It's nothing. I'm going to go make tea to cool my head. Well, actually, it's more my nether regions which need some cooling down.
兄さん？
Nani,
ごめんね。
what are you apologizing for?
兄弟なのに、キスしちゃって。
You should be thanking me for that.
何それ？
See? Made you laugh.
ありがとう。
Doitashimashite. I smile at her as I head for the stairs. Downstairs, I find Azuki-san sitting at a table. And this time, she's usually gone to bed, but it seems she's writing something.
なんか、上が賑やかだった気がするんだけど。
What kind of fun are we talking about here? Yeah, I was talking to Kokoro. I hope we weren't disturbing you. Yikes. If I had known she was just downstairs, instead of in her room. I had wanted to continue with Kokoro, but maybe I should be glad she stopped me before things got more serious and possibly louder. Once I get going, even Mana started making a lot of noise. Azuki-san smiles to herself, though she can't have any idea what I'm thinking about.
家が賑やかなのはいいことよ。近所迷惑にさえならなければ。
I hate that they gave her lines this They're very suggestive. Don't worry, we're not little kids. We know not to keep the neighbors of it.
大人なりの近所迷惑もあるものよ。
Okay, now that's her bringing that up. Tashikani. Her joke is hitting a little too close to home. Anyway, what are you doing out here so late at night, Okasan? I still feel kind of weird calling her Okasan, but I can at least say it without stuttering now.
本当はもうしばらく内緒にしておこうと思ったんだけど。
What is it?
料理のレシピをノートに書いてたの。部屋よりも台所にいる方がやりやすいから、ここでね。
I have a bad feeling. This is classic red flag designs, man. I don't like this. I don't like this. I can feel it. Recipes?
料理ごとにどんな材料でどういう作り方をすればいいか。
No, I know what a recipe is, of course, but I think I've already learned how to cook everything on the menu, haven't I?
お店の料理は覚えてもらったけど、普通に家で作るものはまだまだでしょ？
That's true, like almond rice, for example.
もちろん、誠くんは普通にお料理できるから、別にレシピなんてなくてもいいんだろうけど。
So, then is the book for Kokoro?
レシピがあっても、あの子に料理なんてさせたら、店が潰れるわ。
That's so mean. So, I'm taken aback by how serious she looks.
これは、誠くんが戻ってきたからこそ書き始めたのよ。
You don't have to bother writing everything down for me. You can just teach them to me one at a time. I'll remember.
そうね。ずっと私がいれば。ね。
God damn it, man. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. What do you mean? She smiles sadly at my confusion.
誠はお兄ちゃんだし、見られちゃったから、先に話しておこうかな。
Huh. Something you can't tell Kokoro yet.
あの子は気にしすぎるだろうから、私に何かあった時のために、うちの家の料理のレシピを残してるの。
In case something... I suddenly realized what she's talking about. You're writing your will?
いやいや、そこまで重いものじゃないから。
She's still playing it off like a joke, but I can feel my heart rate skyrocket. Nande? What's wrong? Do you feel sick?
少し熱っぽいけど、今は平気よ。でも、私はもともとあまり体が強くないから、その時の準備をしておこうかなって。本当に、心だけならいらなかったんだけどね。
No. I'm surprised at how panicked I am. You can't.
お兄ちゃん、落ち着いて。
In the face of Azuki-san's quiet smile, I somehow managed to hold back what I was about to say. Gomennasai.
あらあら。こういう話、心じゃ慌てるだろうと思ったけど、誠くんもだなんて意外ね。そんなにお母さんのことが好きなの？
She strokes my hair. I find myself calming down, just like Kokoro does when I stroke her hair. I put my hand to my chest. I really am surprised at myself. After all, I understand what she's saying. She knows she has a weak constitution, so just in case something happens to her suddenly, she's writing down her recipes for posterity. It's very simple, but I see why. It's because of how both my real parents died of the epidemic that swept the village when I was young. I must still be traumatized by that. Moshi.
ごめんね。でも、やっぱり、誠はお兄ちゃんだから、話しておきたかったの。親は子供よりも早くいなくなるのも、普通のことだから。
What if my parents were still alive? Would they smile at me the same way Azuki-san is now? Would they stroke my hair like she's doing? Did you say you felt a little peevish?
そうね。まあ、いつもの微熱かしら。
Normal? There's no way that's normal to always have a fever. I have a favor to ask of you.
何？
I think you should go to the hospital tomorrow and have them give you a checkup. I can skip school tomorrow and come with you too.
心配性ね。そこまで心配しなくても。
Go to the building tomorrow and have it looked at.
わかったわ。あれ？
If they say there's nothing wrong, then there's no harm done. But it's worth checking.
そうよね。病院に行かなきゃいけないんだけど、あまり行きたい気分じゃないのに。
I can see she's struggling with the conflict between my kotodama and her real wishes. But it's just as I said, there's no harm in checking. Even if she has a disease that decimated my village, I'm sure she can be healed at a proper hospital like the one here. I try to put my smile on my face. It's late. Why don't you go to sleep?
そうね。誠くんに見つかっちゃったし、ダメって言われちゃったし。寝ましょうか。
Azuki-san closes her notebook and heads back to her room. I call after her. Ano? She turns around. Hasan,
何？
you can ask me for help whenever you need to, okay?
十分に頼ってるわよ。おやすみなさい。
She smiles at me, then finally goes into her room. I stand in the dimly lit cafe, Kiseten, alone. I cradle my head in my hands. How could this have happened? As I live among normal humans, as I communicated with and formed relationships with them, as I possibly even fell in love. I was excited to see how those experiences would change me as a person. But now that those effects are starting to take shape, I'm starting to realize that I'm not up to the task of dealing with them. Ooh, chapter 7. I should stop in an hour or so. And that's what happened the night before last.
そんなことを困り顔で言われましても。
I really like the background with the moving water. Today is Saturday, and since school is out for the weekend, I asked Hotaru to meet with me so I can ask for her advice. And it's been a while since I've spent time outdoors where there's no air conditioning, but I don't mind. I prefer to be out in nature where I can smell the air and the water and feel the wind and sunlight on my skin.
あずきさんとのやりとりは心温まる話でしたけど、心の胸を触る話までする必要はなかったと思いますが。
I like you straight up mentioned that part too as well. You're the only one that can ask for help with this.
ホタルもこれでも花も恥じらう女の子なんですよ。
I forget. Who was it who kissed me out of nowhere the other day?
あれはまあ好奇心で。
That's what they all say. Okay, I really don't get how things work around here. Are you girls supposed to be super liberated or hyper chestot? Chest? I don't know why I don't know how to pronounce that word. Chest.
突然のキスも壁ドンもキザなセリフも顔が良ければ許されるだけってことじゃないですかね。
This is that HR meme, you know? You know what I mean?
そういう意味では謙遜抜きにすれば誠さんの周りは非常に恵まれている気がします。
Hotaru, I don't understand what you're saying. What is a kabedon? It's a kind of mythical monster. For a lot of people, it is. But if you don't know what a kabedon is, I'll just let you guys search it up. I'm not gonna explain it. It's very simple, you know. You just need a wall for that. And anyway.
ちなみにあずきさんの容体は
They said she might just have a slight cold, but we won't know until the test results come back.
なんならせかしておきますけど。
Oh yeah, she's the heiress of a Byoin. No, it's fine. Right. Hotaru's family runs the Byoin, so she has the influence here. That's how I got my Seifuku too. Anyway, yeah, the stuff about Kokoro is secondary. The main thing I wanted to talk to you about was Azuki-san. It's really made me think of how important Kazuko is to me.
相談というより愚痴でしょうかね。
Grumble? Huh. I never thought about it that way. In this village, complaining was one of the worst possible offenses against the ban on speech. If you said something negative and it came out as a kotodama, who knew what tragedies would result? As someone who is not affected by the kotodama, she's totally perfect. I guess I should watch my words. I didn't mean to complain.
真顔で言うこっちゃねえですよ。ホタルは愚痴を吐くのは良い傾向だと思いますよ。
Really?
人と心を開いて接するなら愚痴や軽口の一つも吐かない聖人君子でいられるわけもないですし。
I see. It's more fruit that I'm slowly been getting used to life out here. Okay, I get what you're saying, but either way, do most people have this much trouble dealing with family situations?
なんだこうだ好き勝手に生きようとしたのに家族を大事に思う気持ちによって不自由になってしまったですか。
She thinks for a moment before speaking again.
呆れるほど普通の悩みだと思いますが誠さんが呆れるほど普通ではないので変なところでバランスが取れていますね。
Was that an attempt to make me feel better?
8割くらい
And the other 20%? The other 20% was you teasing me, huh? I sigh.
そもそも なんでホタルに相談するんですか？からかわれるに決まってるのに。
Well, she's right, of course. But still, among all my friends, I knew you'd listen the most carefully and give me the most serious advice.
真顔で恥ずかしいこと言うの禁止です。
It's not embarrassing.
狂言回しの扱いを覚えてください。
What do you want from me?
ホタルを相手にするときは怒ったり呆れたりダメなやつを相手にするときのように乱暴に扱うのですよ。
Do you like being bullied? I know some people have it like that.
いえ、そうやって抵抗してくる相手をさらなるカオスに叩き落とすことこそが狂言回しの喜びなんです。
No, you're not like that, Hotaru. You're sincere. Remember the day we met? How you taught me about the evils of the world?
悪？
She furrows her brow.
そう、先週のホタルはそんな話をしたんだ。
There's something suspicious about that reaction. Anyway, huh? Don't you remember?
ちょっとホタルは物覚えが悪いのです。
Yeah, she really suspicious. You told me about what it meant for humans to be good or bad, and you said that I shouldn't do anything to other people that I wouldn't want them to do to.
はい、ストップ。読み読み。狂言殺しのいいところですね。さっきの家族のお話、ホタルでよければ答えますよ。誠さんの悩みは明確な答えがあるものではないと思います。
She smiles gently.
どれだけ特別な力があっても、どれだけ恵まれていようともままならないものはあります。誠さんの言う家族と自由、どちらも大事でありながら反してしまうこともあるものです。だからそれについて悩むことは何も間違っていません。どちらが大事かをいつまでも選ばないことで後悔することもあるでしょうし、逆に思い込みや浅い考えで選ぶことが間違いになることもあります。だから後悔しないように。
Hotaru suddenly looks up at the sky.
昔からのこの言い方が人間の本質的で根深い問題ですね。
What do you mean? I've been listening with rapt attention to her wisdom, but the sudden break in her words confuses me. She looks back at me, a clear light shining from her eyes.
何を選んでも後悔することはあるけれど、後悔を背負って強く生きようと。この言い回しの原因は、人間は失敗を何よりも怖がるから。失敗しないためになら自分では選択せず、挑戦そのものを絶対にしない。成功を捨てることで失敗を相殺するという考え方。だから後悔してもいいからやろうという耳障りの良い言葉がよく使われるのです。でもこれは前向きでありながら強調されているのは負の面ですよね。怖いことがあっても勇気を持って進めと。
The saying sounds right to me. Moving forward despite your fears is definitely a good thing. I'd agree with the sentiment she's dissected so carefully. She nods in return.
はい。でももっと単純に成功したいという人の思いの強さにだけ目を向けるべきではないでしょうか。自分で選んだ道を歩き成功できたら嬉しいことだよって、それを最初に夢に見て最後まで信じて進め。ただ進みなさい。あるがままに幸せのために生きなさい。
You're right. I nod in agreement once again. What Hotaru's talking about isn't really a difference in meaning, just a difference in emphasis. But still, the feelings behind the two statements are different. I didn't leave the village because I was scared that I'd regret if I said stay. I came to the outside world because I believe in what I'd find here. People to meet, fun things to do, new things to learn, and everything else that makes life worth living. That's all there is to it. And what Hotaru is trying to tell me is that that's all I need. Hotaru, you really are amazing.
はい。
Your words almost feel like kotodama to me. I feel much better now. Arigato.
どういたしまして。これでご満足でしたか？
No, I'm glad I got to talk to you. Thanks again. I bow to her.
お帰りですか？
I guess so. It'll be lunchtime soon.
あら、もう1時を過ぎているのに、まだ食べていなかったんですね。
We wait until we're done serving lunch at the kiseten before we have our own lunches.
なるほど。ココロンと遊ぶのにこのままお邪魔しようと思いましたが、今日は遠慮しておきましょう。でも
She shows me her cute smile again.
うちはですか。
ん？
妙な質問をされましたけど、すっかり馴染んだもので、答えは決まっているようなものじゃないですか。
I smile at her perceptiveness as I bid her goodbye and turn back toward home. Yes, my home. The home where my Kazuku warmly awaits me. It's not my turn to mind the kiseten today, but I pitch in during lunchtime. Once the customers are gone, it's time for us to eat. Azuki-san teaches me how to make spaghetti al vongole. So maybe I should get to that tomorrow. Anyway,
誠くんが作った料理は美味しいわね。
she beams at me as I finish washing the dishes.
美味しかったけど、お母さんが作ったのと同じ味だったよ。他人が作った料理は美味しいのよ。あ、じゃあ次は私が。それがいいわ。なんで？
I agree with Akasan.
兄さんまで。
That's another happy day in the Oribe house, home. Azuki-san seems to be feeling alright today, too.
そういえば兄さん、お昼はどこへ行ってたの？
Oh yeah, I just went for a walk down by the lake.
お天気もいいから気持ちいいですよね。
You and Kokoro should go too. I'll stay here and watch the kiseten.
私は遠慮しておくわ。気持ちよさそうだけど、クーラーのある部屋にいた方が健康的だもの。なんか逆な気がするけど。ここ数年の暑さは絶対にクーラーがある生活の方が健康的じゃない。それもそっか。道端で倒れちゃうこともあるんだし。
She must be happy remembering her first meeting with me. I make sure not to say anything.
でも私はちょっと外に出たいかも。若いわね。いや、お母さんも若いけど。
Of course you are, Okasan. Actually, how old are you, Okasan? Bro, don't ask this question. Well, we already kind of estimated she's around her late 20s or early 30s.
心のそうね、2つくらい上かしら。
I see. Wait, what? That means Azuki gave birth to Kokoro when she was 2 years old. Is that possible?
変なところで張り合わなくていいし、兄さんも真面目に受け取らなくていいから。
But yeah, I estimated late 20s, early 30s because she mentioned something about she gave a particular time horizon, so I was like, okay, I figured out her age or something like that. It was I'll review the VOD later.
夕方くらいまでは混まないし、2人で行ってらっしゃい。はーい、すぐ戻ってくるから。誠くん、心のことよろしくね。
Don't worry, I will.
わあ、空気がむわっとしてる。
As soon as we leave the Kisuden, we are hit with a blast of humid summer air. Kokoro looks up at the sky and smiles. We're just entering the hottest part of the day after all.
でもお母さんはああ言ってたけど、ずっとクーラーのついた部屋にいると寒いんだよね、私。
俺は Without skipping a beat, she slips her hand into mine.
あったかいでしょ。
She smiles shyly. Is holding hands like this too childish? As I look at her, she seems to misunderstand what I'm thinking and frowns slightly.
大丈夫。見られても兄弟だから。
I don't think at that age. Anyway, never mind. What's wrong with people seeing us?
兄弟でそこまで仲良しだって思われたら変だし。
Well then, doesn't that mean we shouldn't be holding hands now?
あれ
She looks confused, realizing that she's contradicting herself. But I squeeze her hand anyway. It doesn't matter. If you ask me, the other day, we held hands on our way to school and nothing went wrong.
そうだよ。兄さんが変なこと言うからいけないんだよ。
Me? Wasn't it you?
そういうことにしておくものなの。
Okay, so where should we go? I do as I'm told and change the subject. We could go down to the lake, or to the school, or maybe stay around the area and do some window shopping.
あんまり人がいないところがいいな。
Why's that?
恥ずかしいし。
Why? People will just think we're very close.
だからそれがダメなの。
Okay, okay. I decide to head to the east, in the direction of the Jinja. There likely aren't many people there, and the scenery is nice. Not much happens as we leisurely walk along for a while.
そろそろいいかな。
We're just past the outskirts of town. Was there something you wanted to talk about without Okasan around?
そのなんか人前で兄さんと話してると変に思われそうというか、自意識過剰なのはわかるんだけど、普通に話してるだけのはずなのに、その普通ができないっていうか。
What did I give it? You rarely talk to me at the incident when customers are around or when we're at school.
その分夜はよく話してるから寂しくないでしょ。
I think you're more likely to be feeling lonely than me.
兄さん。
Nani? She's looking up at me blatantly.
その
Guessing what she's thinking, I move my face towards hers. Kokoro jumps in fright at the sudden voice. Ah! In doing so, she smashes her head into my chin. The sky seems to sway as the pain washes over me.
大丈夫ですか？
I rub my chin and look down again. Kokoro is crouching on the ground, rubbing her head.
ごめんなさい。びっくりさせてしまって。
No, it's not your fault, Kyoko. I recognize her by her voice, but when I turn to look at her, I'm taken aback. Yo! That explains her hairpin. Oh, wearing a nice frilly dress. I see. I wasn't ready for her. Oh, holy shit. Wow. That's a nice outfit. No, seriously. Yoka?
はい。
She still looks worried about us, but more importantly, it's quite the outfit. I thought Asahi-san's uniform in the cafe was fancy, but the Western style dress Kyoko is wearing is even fancier. I really like the frilly dress. You know what they say? All a girl needs is tobacco, a rooftop, and a frilly dress or something or some shit like that. Anyway, are you on your way to a ball?
これですか？
She finally realizes what I'm surprised about.
いえ、これはただの私服です。
That explains her hairpin. Like, I don't know why that's her hairpin, but now it finally makes sense with her casual outfit. Kokoro finally stands up again and stares at Kyoko just as I did.
こんにちは、ココロちゃん。こんにちは、なんですけど、京子さん、どこかのお姫様でしたっけ？私気絶して夢でも見てるのかな？
I know how she feels. My and Kokoro's reactions are starting to make Kyoko feel uncomfortable.
そんなにおかしいですか？
No, you look cute. No, you look beautiful.
すごい。
She nods vigorously. I guess women out here really are more particular about their clothing than women back in the village were.
私、今まで友達もいなかったし、残念ながらファッションとかよくわからないんです。
But how did you end up with a frilly dress from, this looks, I mean, in the, well, Yugi was wearing a frilly dress in the random ass out of nowhere village, but, I don't know, man. That's understandable.
得意だって言われても困りますよね。
Kokoro says what I had avoided saying, but Kyoko's self-esteem is too low for her to take offense.
というか、そういうデザインの服、この辺で売ってましたっけ？通販ですか？いえ、お店に買いに行きました。通販とか何があるか怖いですし。
You know the funny thing, I expect the opposite. Like, I prefer shopping online because I don't want to talk to anyone in the store.
まあ、サイズが合わないとか、写真写りと実物が違うとかもありますもんね。そういう時、相手に連絡するのが怖いです。クレームだと思われてしまうかもですし。
Oh, I see. Okay, it's much more of a hassle for them to do that. Okay. I feel like Kokoro and Kyoko have different ideas of what exactly is scary about online shopping, but oh well.
で、お店は隣町ですかね？いえ、ここからバスと電車で1時間くらい離れた町です。
She goes to the city for this.
すごい！そこまで買いに行くなんて、京子さんおしゃれさんじゃないですか。服を買ってるところを知ってる人に見られたらと思うだけで耐えられなくって。そうなんですね。それで知らない人に見られるのも怖くて、なるべく人の少ない店を選んだら、そこがこういう服を扱ってるブティックで。
ブティック？
服とかアクセサリーを売ってる小さい店かな。チェーン店じゃないから大体は普通の店よりも高いの。
Kokoro helpfully explains. I knew this dress looked expensive.
あとはそのブティックの店員さんに声をかけられて。
Here, let me guess. She got pressured to buy the dress.
私に似合う服をお願いしますですかね。いえ、声をかけられたら頭が真っ白になって、気づいたらこの服やいろいろなアクセサリーを買って帰ってきていました。そうでしたか。
Man. That was a long story. But in short, it seems this dress is a rarity that you had to go far away to attain. Definitely a high-class item.
でも、せっかく買ったものですし、見た目から入れば内面も変わるかもって、たまに着てるんです。
I think it looks good on you.
そうですか？京子さん大人っぽいから私もいいと思います。ありがとう。
Already getting teary-eyed.
ありがとう。涙ぐむほど嬉しいんですか？はい。
It's just like you to take good care of your possessions and make good use of them like this.
なんか二人と私の感覚に温度差がある気がしなくもない。
Oh, do you want clothes like this too, Kokoro? Maybe she's interested in fashion too.
いや、私にはちょっと似合うとか似合わないじゃなくて、というより、京子さんがそんな服を着て街を歩いていたなら、今までにも気づいていたと思うんですよね。
That's true. It's certainly a very eye-catching dress, even before I met Kyoko. I'm sure I would have noticed it from afar.
この町では恥ずかしいから着ないようにしてるんです。今日も今から歩いて隣町に買い物に行くんです。こっそり山道を使って。
I see.
今の話にツッコミはなし？
Was there something else I should have said?
もう私がおかしいのかな。
Kokoro crosses her arms and thinks. Kokoro de, Kyoko, are you shopping for more clothes today?
いえ、以前にお話しした灯籠流しの材料を買いに。
Oh, those.
あれです。
She smiles happily. I look at her shoulders and collarbones, laid bare by the dress. Very attractive. Well, Kokoro often bares her shoulders at home, but she's more cute than sexy. Kyoko in her dress actually reminds me more of Mana, wearing her yukata loose off the shoulders.
そんなに見つめられると恥ずかしいです。
Actually, it looks way better in her normal sprite mode than like the special CG. Huh. Anyway. She wriggles under my gaze and steps back. Oh, sorry. It's just such an unusual dress. I was trying to imagine how I'd get you out. While you were with Kokoro, of all them people, man, bro.
脱がす？なんで？
Huh? The shock reaction startled me. Kokoro's expression looks especially fearsome. I mean, it just came to mind because Kyoko's so attractive. Way to further dig your grave, bro.
兄さんは節操なさすぎ。
Kokoro jabs her finger at me indignantly.
さすがに面と向かってそういうことを言われると私もドキドキしてしまいますよ。
Just in front of Kokoro. He fucking does that in front of Kokoro.
ねえ、私以外をこうやってドキドキさせちゃダメだから。ココロちゃんならいいの？
That's what I was about to ask.
私はほら兄弟ですから。
For some reason, she says this very proudly. Yes, she's wearing that thing as a badge. she's triple downing at this point. Apparently, I'm allowed to make Kokoro's heart flutter. I should keep that in mind. But that's for later. I was just trying to compliment you, Kyoko.
それはまあなんとなくわかりますけど。
Look at Kokoro's face.
兄さん。
Kokoro, you're scaring me.
分かってはいたけど、兄さんの誰にでも優しくというか、孤独みたいな話し方、本当になんとかしなきゃ。それが誠くんの魅力だと思いますよ。からですよ。じゃあ、私はそろそろ行きますね。急に声をかけてしまって失礼しました。
Sure. Oh, are you sure you'll be okay? What if you run into a bear?
この辺りは出ないので大丈夫ですよ。
Okay, but be careful.
京子さん。はい。ちゃんと可愛い服なんだから、この街の中でもその服で歩いていいと思いますよ。ありがとうございます。次から頑張ってみます。
It's a really nice, frilly dress, though. She waves her hand shyly and begins to walk up the trail.
あの服で山歩きなんだ。
I know what you mean. It leaves a lot of her skin exposed, so she could easily get bitten by mosquitoes or horseflies.
そうじゃなくて、 せっかく可愛い服を着ているのに誰にも見られないように山歩きってもったいないよ。
Oh, that's one way of looking at it. Well then, it's a good thing you wanted to come out here where nobody is around.
なんで？
Because it means Kyoko got to show her dress off to someone.
そうだね。でも私は複雑。
Considering what they were about to do before they were interrupted by Kyoko. Nande? I'm puzzled by her reaction. She sighs deeply.
あんな魅力的な女性を兄さんには見てほしくなかったかな。
I'll laugh and pat her on the head. Don't worry, I'm always looking at this beautiful girl right here. Very smooth. This guy. Okay. I put out my hand. It's the same hand she was holding before Kyoko interrupted us.
うーん、
She pouts, but tentatively takes my hand.
兄さんはずるいよ。
After that, we went up to the jinja and prayed, then headed back to the kisuden.
やっぱり男の人って色気に弱いのかな。でも神様にもお祈りしたし、私もまだ成長期。
I mean, looking at your anyway, Kokoro is rubbing her dress and muttering something to herself. She's been like this since we parted with Kyoko, but it's probably fine. What's this? As I reach my hand out to open the door, I see the sign hanging on it is turned to the closed side. The Kisuden's closed.
お母さん、買い物にでも行ってるのかな。
She could have just asked us to do it on our way back. We go inside.
ただいま。
What? Hello? Azuki-san is probably out, but both of us call out just in case. There's no response. What should we do now?
私はちょっとシャワーを浴びたいかな。歩いて少し汗をかいたし。
Alright.
覗いちゃダメだよ。
Okay.
冗談だったけど、真顔で即答されると少し傷つくね。
She heads upstairs, grumbling, then comes back down with a set of fresh clothes and heads to the bedroom on the first floor. Alright then. It's the weekend. I don't have anything particular planned. I guess I'll reopen the kisuden for a while.
あら、音がすると思ったら、もう帰ってきてたんだ。
I suddenly hear Azuki-san's voice approaching. And she's not coming in from the doorway, but out of her bedroom. What happened, Oga-san? We thought you went out. I see. She's not wearing her uniform.
その、気分が乗らないから、今日はもう店じまいにしようかなって。
Oh. I don't think I've seen her do that before.
心は？
She's taking a shower.
そう。ところで誠くん、今日の夕飯任せていいかしら。
I wonder if she had like an episode or an attack just now because... Sure. No problem. Any requests?
お任せするけど、脂っこくないものの方がいいかな。あと、私は少なめでいいから。
You have to eat if you want to be healthy.
そうね。
She smiles awkwardly, and I suddenly realize. Oka-san, are you feeling sick again?
平気よ。
She smiles again, but she didn't deny it. So, that must be why she closed the kisuden, and why she was resting in her room.
少し熱っぽいだけ。
You've been feverish ever since the day before yesterday.
心配させちゃってるけど、このくらいならいつものことだから。
You're lying. You felt the same as usual. You would have closed the kisuden.
ああ。そうね。
She admits it, instead of protesting further. Tell me how you're feeling, honestly and in detail.
微熱、頭痛とめまい、だるさ。本当にそれだけだし、いつも通りよ。
What do you mean, Itsumadori with like fucking fever, headache, dizziness, and lethargy? That's straight up bad. Oh my god. You should go to the.
一昨日行ったばっかりでしょ。お薬もまだ残ってるし。
Demo. Isn't there anything else I can do? I can't think of anything except my kotodama. I have no medical knowledge. In the Sato, we only started using modern medicines after the epidemic which killed my parents. How powerless words can be. All I can do for now is feed her and make sure she gets enough rest.
ごめんね。お母さん、体が弱くて。
Don't be. It's not your fault at all.
子供に心配させるのは、親にとっては悪いことよ。
She smiled gently. Seeing her smile, my Okasan smile, It's not your fault, Okasan. She keeps smiling at me despite my outbursts.
心に気づかれると余計な心配をかけちゃうから。お夕飯、お願いね。私は部屋で寝てるから。お兄ちゃん、ありがとう。
She goes back to her room, and I'm left alone at the counter. I'm not in the mood to reopen the Kissaten today. I collapse into the chair, feeling drained. Hotaru just got done teaching me the right way to move forward in life, but I keep losing my way, over and over again. Maybe this is just what I've become. I have to get up and see what ingredients there are in the refrigerator so I can decide what to make for dinner. I need to make sure I can cook something easy to digest so Azuki-san can eat it. But I just can't bring myself to get out of the chair. I don't know how long I've been sitting here.
兄さん、何か喋ってたみたいだけど、お母さん帰ってきたの？
Kokoro had just finished her shower, changed and stepped into the kisuden to check on me. It looks like she dried her hair, but I can still smell a pleasant damp scent. I stand up. Yep, yeah, I'm making dinner tonight.
そうなんだ。
I don't tell her why, and she doesn't feel the need to ask. Understand how Azuki-san feels. I don't want Kokoro to feel sad either. She's my imoto. Of course I want to protect her. Is there anything you'd like to eat, Kokoro?
そうだな。何がいいかな。せっかくだし、お肉とかじゃなくて、手巻きのお寿司とかがいいかも。楽しいし。
Temaki.
あ、でもそれじゃあ、あんまり兄さんの料理って感じにならないね。
She looks like she's having fun imagining what we'll eat. I try to keep my smile from faltering. I'm probably succeeding. I think.
兄さん？
She looks at my face, surprised.
どうし、
Before she can say anything, I reach out and kiss her. I move my arms around her waist and pull her into a hug. I want to feel her warmth. She stiffens at first, then melts into my embrace. This is the first time I kissed her on my own accord. Oh man. I don't know, man. I mean, he's you can tell the reason he's kissing her is not because it's out of like he's trying to make himself feel better here. Or yeah, anyway.
どうしたの？兄さん。
As the kiss ends, she looks up at me, her eyes questioning. Nandemanai. You just look really cute.
お世辞というか、なんかごまかされた気がするけど、ありがとう。
In my attempt to stop her from worrying about Azuki-san, did I make her worried about me instead? But more importantly, this is bad. The more time I spend with Kokoro, the more I want her. Kokoro, will you come shopping with me?
お夕飯の材料？
Yeah, sushi is sakana, right? I don't know much about sakana. It's a lame attempt at changing the subject, but I'm not lying. The only way I've ever cooked fish is by roasting them over a fire.
しょうがないな。兄さんは変なところで抜けてるんだから。
She hugs my arm.
お魚屋さんでいろいろと説明してあげるね。あと、お寿司でも卵焼きは忘れちゃダメだよ。
Oh, okay. Alright. And there was something else I wanted to ask you.
何？
What kind of foods does Azuki-san, Okasan like?
料理は何でも食べるけど、一番好きって言ってるのはチョコケーキかな。ちなみに私はチーズケーキだからね。
Okay, right, okay. Then let's buy some cake too.
どうしたの急に。お寿司にケーキって何かの記念日だったっけ？
Oh yeah, by the way, guys, if you're not familiar with the thing about sushi, sushi is usually only bought if you're not like someone who goes to sushi restaurants. The cultural connotation of sushi is like something you get on a celebration or a birthday or something like that. Of course, we already know cake is usually bought because, usually for a celebration or something. But of course, you can just randomly go to a cake shop and just buy cake because you just like eating cake. But you know what I mean? It's there's that. Anyway, I guess it is.
兄さんの誕生日？
Yeah, a smile comes to my face. And perhaps for the first time, it's a very human kind of smile. A smile that shows anger, tenderness, sadness, love, all mixed together. The kind of emotion that can't be expressed in a single word. I think today is the day that I finally became a real part of the Oribe Hasaku. Ooh, chapter 8. What time am I stopping? I'm already like, I can always just wake up early, Maybe I should. Yeah, you know what? Let me stop here. Let me stop here. I could just wake up early. 11:30. 12:30. Nice. Anyway, that's it. And obviously there is no Ikikoi for upload. I have a feeling I'm still gonna continue reading Amatsutsumi. I think this whole weekend that's what I'm just gonna do. And I'm honestly enjoying. I don't know, man. But I do promise to actually finish at least one route for Kikoi. Anyway, yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed watching, and I'll see you guys on the next upload. Ciao.
1999年の7月、終わらないんだよ。20日に世界が終わる。いい？今から飛ぶのよ。力を取り戻すために、世界を救うために。20日に世界が終わる。突然なんてことをやっていていいのでしょうか。世界が生まれた時から定められたことなのです。
聞くがよい。世界は20日で終わるものだもよ。これは紛れもない真実だ。
全てを知り、そして全てを知らない間宮君が
昨日はしゃぎすぎた皆さん、レスキュー開始。モーニングレスキュー、モーニングレスキュー、モーニング。
辛いやつを救え、ウコンの力、モーニングレスキュー。
補充しよう。
ハッピーバースデー